Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 2, 2. Check, check. Test. Check, check. 1, 2. Maybe bring this down and that up. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
Hey, you know what? You're better off with that than the bank.
Check. Check.
Good morning, everybody. Are you excited to be here for the Sunday, second day? Yesterday was amazing, and today is going to be, we'll say, as good or better. Not that I'm making it a challenge, but I believe it's a challenge. So we've got some pretty interesting folks that are coming in to join us today. And as you know, today is Sunday, so we're going to start out our day with some reverence. As opposed to starting out our day talking about guns or freedom, we're going to start with God, guns, freedom, and liberty. So with that, I would like to introduce Pastor Matt Gaddis, and he's going to start us with the invocation.
No better way to start the second day of this incredible gathering than with prayer to the author of all freedom. So let's take a moment and let's pray. Father God, we thank you so much for who you are. We thank you that you are a sovereign God, a God that is in control of all things. And Lord, when our world seems to be spinning out of control, we can trust in you. We know that you're the author of life. We know that you are the giver of life. We know that you give us grace abundantly. And we know that this morning your mercies are new. We thank you for all of that. Lord, I pray for all that are gathered here, that you'd bless each and every one. Lord, we know that the freedom we enjoy in this great land is only because of you. And I pray, Lord, that you would continue to preserve that freedom and that you would draw us back to you as a nation. That you would do a work that would be unbelievable, Lord, by drawing us back to you in all things, that we would come back to the foundations that you laid upon this land. Lord, I pray for those that speak today that you'd give them wisdom, insight, and understanding. And Lord, I pray for all of our politicians, from the great president of the United States to those that may serve locally on school boards and everybody in between. I pray that you'd give them wisdom, that you'd give them understanding, that you'd give them, Lord, just the knowledge that they need in order to bring this country back to you at every level in which they serve. Lord, we praise you, we honor you, and we pray that you would receive all glory today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
So thank you, Pastor Gaddis. We appreciate it very much. Next, I would like to introduce you to Mike Barth, and Mike is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
First God and then our country. I want to thank Justin Moon for this great event, and everybody have a wonderful day. Covers off. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. Thank you.
And next, we're absolutely blessed to have people that can sing amazingly. And so we have Ryo Tashiro and Nobu Win. They are coming to sing the national anthem.
Let's all rise. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I told you they could sing, now couldn't they? Let's give them another hand because that was so amazing. Okay, next I would like to introduce Regis Hanna, and Regis is going to come up and carry on from there. There he is. I was like, where'd he go? That wasn't what he was wearing 5 minutes ago. Thank you.
Good morning. It is my high honor to be able to introduce our next speaker. Two brothers have been behind the vision for the Rod of Iron Freedom Festival from the very beginning. Their father, the Reverend Sun Myung Moon, was imprisoned in a communist death camp in North Korea because he went there to preach the gospel. On October 14th, 1951, General MacArthur had initiated the daring Incheon invasion. And as a result of that, Reverend Moon was liberated from prison the very night before he was due to be executed. He went from there to South Korea and established the largest chain of anti-communist churches in the world, over 200 countries during his lifetime. Not only that, he founded the Washington Times, which, as many of you know, really started the alternative media from the conservative side. Rush Limbaugh frequently consulted it and talked about it, and Alex Jones also used it as a source of material for InfoWars. Because of this, Sean and Justin, along with their father, have always felt a strong sense of gratitude to all our amazing servicemen and women for their sacrifices, because as a result of that, their father was saved. They always want to honor our veterans for their service and appreciate their sacrifices to ensure our precious liberty here in America is protected from those who feel threatened by free men and women. Reverend Moon inspired them through what he called the peace police and peace militia philosophy, which is a practical application of Jesus' admonition, no greater love hath any man than he laid down his life for his friends. We have to protect our neighbors. We have to be prepared to protect our neighbors. The precious Second Amendment that we have allows us to do that. And there's no other country in the world that enshrines that in their constitution. Sean regrets that he could not personally be here to deliver his message in person, but he has felt a very strong call to be ready and prepared for the coming downfall of the Communist Party in China. So please let our warm applause be so abundant that even in Ilan County, Taiwan, Pastor Sean can feel the warmth of our reception for him.
Good morning, folks. Pastor Sean, aka King Bullethead here, reporting to you from the Far East, China and Taiwan cultural world sphere. God has called us to spread the gospel and to preach the good news of the kingdom of God to this part of the world. And we have picked up and moved our family, that is our couple. All the kids are grown and married, praise the Lord. But our couple has now moved here to this part of the world, praying for the downfall of the socialist, communist, and political Satanist institutions that keep the 1.4 billion oppressed people under tyranny and oppression. So we are now on the ground here on the front line of this spiritual battle, and due to the great victory of the Patriots and the election of President Trump, which was an absolute miracle in and of itself, God has called us to come to this part of the world. And so we are not there with you in person, but we are grateful, number one, to all the patriots that have come to the Rod of Our Freedom Festival for the last 6 years. As you can see, there is a change of venue this year, and that is primarily due to the reason that we have to give a big shout out to my brother Justin Moon, who has graciously opened up his property in Greeley every single year for the festival, personally burdening hundreds of thousands of dollars of insurance costs for such an event, as it is the world's greatest and biggest open carry event. So I want to give a big shout out to my big brother, Justin, for holding down the fort every year and allowing us to use that great property. This year, as you all know, when times are great, people don't buy guns. So the whole gun industry is obviously under stress and is not performing as it usually does. That's the kind of irony of the whole industry. But this year was going to be a burden to my brother personally and to the whole organization there. So we didn't want to do that. We are grateful and that we have a great facility in Newfoundland that has been serving the church community for a long time, but a great auditorium there, which used to be a former public auditorium area. And so all the indoor facilities make us not able to have to stress about the weather and whether or not we will have good or bad weather during the festival and the festivities. So we want to give a shout out to the organizing committee and all the folks from around the whole area that always participate in helping organize the Rod of Our Freedom Festival, from security to the fire department to law enforcement, and to all the patriots, the Second Amendment patriots that come, the local vendors and all the folks that come out every year to participate and to create such an amazing experience and amazing exemplification of the freedoms that we have and hold so dear in America. That being said, folks, America is in a great time of crisis. As you know, we started the Rod of Iron Freedom Festival, and it is held in October because on October 14th, my father was in Hungnam Death Camp, which was a North Korean death camp, and he was freed in 1950, October 14th. And the 2.5 years and 2 years and 8 months of concentration camp hard labor, where the normal lifespan of a prisoner would be 6 months, and obviously the normal work hours would be anywhere from 15 plus hours per day of hard labor, shoveling ammonium sulfate and doing other types of hard work under the barrels of the Communist Party. He was there for 2 years and 8 months, and he became quite famous for sharing half of his rations with other starving prisoners, which was only literally a bowl of rice. So he would only eat half and share the rest of the half with his prisoners. And Famously, at the time where the UN forces and the American forces came in to free True Father from the Hungnam North Korean communist death camp, he famously told the prisoners, "Stay with me and let's pray. And God will preserve us and God will provide a way out." And so the bombs came down. This was the American forces led by MacArthur. You know, of course, the famous Incheon landing. And the entire concentration camp, Hungnam, was exploded. And the literal walls of the prison that they were in, praying, were exploded out. And they were able to, after the bombardment, waiting it out, being able to actually flee that area, which was preserved. And God opened the door, so to speak, for my father and the rest of the concentration camp prisoners to flee and to be freed. That is why we celebrated in October the Radamar Freedom Festival, because good men with guns defeated bad men with guns. And personally, as the Moon family, we experienced the liberation of our father from the Hungnam death camp, communist death camp. October 4th this year as well, was made known to me, is also the birthday of Charlie Kirk, which of course, we have witnessed a horrendous attack of terrorism upon American soil of one of our most beloved patriot leaders. He was probably the greatest young person's leader in the entire country. And he had just come to South Korea and to Japan to stimulate and to encourage Asians in the Far East to hold down the fort and to protect their countries from the communist takeover, which was, of course, being planned by the globalists and the political Satanist elite that were going to block President Trump. And with Kamala, we're going to create a new order where China would be on the rise and Xi Jinping would be the emperor of the world. We saw all the things that were lined up for that fact. But Charlie Kirk, in that horrific, despicable, and vile political assassination, the likes of which we have not seen for decades in the US, this level of political assassination, on the level of JFK, really, even though he wasn't a publicly elected official, he was one of the most important leaders in the MAGA movement, probably one of the most important folks that actually got President Trump elected, alongside with Elon and probably RFK, who really swayed the vote and got millions of people to stand for the Trump revolution and MAGA in general, make America great again. And whatever has happened with the investigation, the obvious debacle that is happening and is unfolding before our eyes, and the American people are awake to it and can see that obviously the feds are not telling the truth. There are massive holes in the whole narrative of the, quote, shooter running up on a thing, dismantling his gun, which was a 30-06 Mauser apparently, which is incredibly difficult to take apart. You have to have tools and it has to be resighted in after you disassemble it. Apparently it was disassembled and then reassembled in the forest after the guy, quote, jumped down and threw it away. But the only problem is the screwdriver was on the top of the ceiling. Anyways, it was just so ridiculous. And the people, we know we've been lied to of the Epstein files and of the Charlie Kirk assassination files. And so the credibility of the feds is, of course, dropping. Whether or not it was Mossad or Iran or China or whatever the situation was, obviously we want to give a big shout out to the actual journalists on the ground. James O'Keefe, Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Alex Jones, etc. The folks that are actually trying to get to the bottom of this and not spin a narrative, whether it be for the benefit of the ruling elite or for a foreign power, so to speak. We all know that the truth must be revealed because at this critical hour, with one of the most influential political people in the entire world, especially for young people, we're talking about a leader of a new generation. And for Charlie to be assassinated in cold blood, just for talking and opening the mic up to engage in civil dialogue, to have it escalate to this level, whether it was Trantifa or whatever, the fact of the matter that he was killed like this puts all of America on trial. This is really a test to see whether or not America can actually tell the truth and find the truth of what has happened to one of his most important upcoming leaders, definitely a future presidential individual. That is, of course, once in a lifetime in terms of the oratory skills, debating skills, and his general love of Christ and love of people, engaging the opponents in such a peaceful and civil manner. We, of course, are praying for the truth to come out of this incredible debacle. Shout to the Marine rapper. He was just on the Billboard charts. Called me to jump on his remix of his Billboard chart winning the Charlie Kirk anthem song, along with about a dozen other Christian artists that is jumping up on that track. He will be releasing that on the birthday of Charlie Kirk, which also happens to be, of course, October 14th, the Liberation Day of my father, true father, Sun Myung Moon. So we pray for America to get to the bottom of it and for the truth to be revealed wherever the truth may come and whatever future that may hold for America. It is so critical that we pursue the truth. For Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. And so pursuing him and pursuing Christ and God and our Christian civilization, right? Our Christian civilization. Truth is important. Telling the truth and not lies is important. Finding the truth and not being led astray by propaganda and lies and being led into eternal and endless wars that are depleting our coffers, are killing our youth, and of course, eradicating the destiny and future of our country. So the truth is important, and we must get to the bottom of the truth of this horrific assassination. This is a turning point for America and the world, for freedom worldwide. It was incredible that Charlie on that day was wearing a t-shirt that said freedom. So for freedom worldwide, it really is important. And the fact that he was shot in the neck in that gruesome and traumatizing way that the whole civilization, whole world had to see, anybody who's standing for freedom had to see that that is a cost of freedom. As James O'Keefe says, the cost of freedom has to be your life, because if it's anything less, you can be bribed and you can be compromised. So it has to be your life. It was for Jesus, who gave his life on the cross for the propitiation of sins and for the salvation of humanity, right? So it is a central crux of Christianity as well, and a Christian civilization. Anything less, if there's any number on what is your price, then you can be compromised. And freedom will not, the gift of freedom that is given to us by God will not be passed on to the next generation. Of course, when we look at Scripture, we look at Psalm chapter 2, Revelation chapter 2, Revelation chapter 12, Revelation chapter 19, we see the power of the rod of iron kingdom. We see that in Scripture that God is the first producer of a weapon of defense, which of course guards which is a flaming sword, which guarded the gates of Eden after the fall of Adam and Eve. We see that even Jesus himself made the whip and the scourge to chase the money changers out of the temple. He was not just a hippie. He assaulted the money changers with a weapon that he created. And this is God in the flesh, right? So as a Christian culture, there's nothing that prevents us from being able to be an armed society and to be a society that still loves our neighbor. Our true father always talked about the peace police, peace militia, a decentralized citizen, armed citizenry that loves God and loves our neighbor. That ethic must tie America together. Without that ethic of love God and Christ as a Christian civilization and love our neighbor, we will fall apart. We will become different competing religions fighting for the landmass of America with a growing Muslim population. All these different religions that no longer hold those values or have the central tenet of Christ's sacrifice and sacrificial love at the center of their religions. Some of these giant world religions seek to dominate the entire world and to seek to put horrendous political structures of tyranny upon the world. So we are at a crossroads, folks. And everybody that is here and sitting here today is part of that turning point. God is the answer, and we are his hands and feet, folks. So we are part of that answer. We are the ones that will change the destiny of America. We are the ones that will turn the tide, so to speak, and be the catalyst of the real turning point. The real turning point towards sovereignty. The real turning point back to freedom. The real turning point of uniting and not falling into the race war that is being funded by Soros and the Rothschilds and the globalist communist elite. We are the turning point that demand the release of the Epstein file, because of course that paints a bigger picture of what the elite are engaging in and who actually rules us. These people must be exposed. These organizations must be exposed. And if there are foreign powers that are doing this and blackmailing our congressmen and senators, that has to be exposed. Christ is a light, folks. He is the way, the truth, and life, and he is the light of the world that brings light to the darkness. And that is what we need in this time of great tribulation right now. Pray for President Trump, folks. Pray for one another. Pray for unity and peace in America. And pray that President Trump and all the patriots worldwide can stand with God and do our part to secure the freedoms and liberty that he has bestowed all of man. We salute you. We thank you for being here. We thank all the incredible speakers that will be with us for the next couple of days. And we pray all the way out here from the Far East. We're sending prayers and love. Please pray for us, as this is also a dangerous part of the world. But we pray that God's will and his gifts of liberty will prevail. And we know they will, because the devil is a loser, and he has already been defeated by the love and the sacrificial blood of Christ. So we stand on the winning team. As President Trump says, we like to win, win, win. We stand on the winning team. We are praying for him, praying for all of America, praying for you. We pray that you have a successful and great Rod of Iron Freedom Festival. We love you all. We're signing out. God bless, Godspeed, and may his kingdom come.
An American company received over 140 death and bomb threats.
FBI arrested 2 Chinese spies.
The theaters had to be evacuated.
The message said, "We will kill you."
This is an American enterprise. So who wants these young dancers dead? The company's name is Shenyun, and these performers do a meditation practice called Falun Gong. This past year, the Chinese regime has dramatically escalated attacks on them, including death threats, lawfare, and even the weaponization of American government and media institutions. But why? What is it about Shenyun's message that Beijing doesn't want you to hear? And what is really at stake here?
Reuters reported Chinese influence operations targeting the U.S. are evolving, engaging in more advanced deceptive behaviors and directly targeting hypersensitive rifts in society.
The FBI is opening a new China-related counterintelligence case about every 10 hours.
The CCP controls our own narratives within the United States. It uses our own media against us. One good example is its attack on Falun Gong.
China started hiring YouTubers. I got an email where they were like, "We'll give you $200 to post this video to your YouTube channel." And then it was like a mini doc that was like 5 to 10 minutes long from some white dude complaining about this group. And I'm like, I ain't posting that to my channel. What is this?
Last year, a Beijing-backed YouTuber who has publicly threatened violence against Shenyun claimed credit for orchestrating and pitching libelous stories about Shenyun to the New York Times. The resulting articles were riddled with inaccuracies and exhibited strong bias. They also failed to disclose how several key sources have ties to the Chinese regime. Nevertheless, these stories have spread through social media, including via fake accounts. In fact, the X platform has taken down thousands of these fake accounts. Beijing-backed social media influencers urge their followers to call U.S. federal and state agencies in an attempt to trigger investigations into Shenyun. At the same time, 2 Chinese spies in New York were arrested by the FBI for trying to bribe the IRS to open an investigation into Shenyun. They were convicted in 2024. Multiple individuals, including some with ties to China who live outside the U.S., have filed frivolous lawsuits against Shenyun in U.S. courts, claiming environmental and labor violations. Several of these lawsuits were thrown out by New York judges, including one dismissal in which the judge called the lawsuit vague, illogical, and an oxymoron. Why is all this happening? And how is it even possible to exercise this much influence on American soil? According to internal documents and China insiders, in 2022, CCP leader Xi Jinping gave new directives to use lawfare and disinformation in the U.S. to silence Shen Yun and Falun Gong. And he called on the regime's security apparatus to lead these efforts. This whole thing is coming from the very top of the Chinese regime. Shen Yun speaks truth to power. It shatters Beijing's billion-dollar campaign to whitewash its reputation around the world. In a single breathtaking performance, Shen Yun unveils China's authentic culture, a culture before communism. But more importantly, it also exposes the regime's persecution of religions and human rights abuses, including forced organ harvesting, bringing this message to more than 1 million theatergoers every year. This is a message Beijing doesn't want you to hear. Shen Yun is a US-based independent nonprofit that was founded by practitioners of Falun Gong, a Buddhist-based spiritual practice with ancient roots. Falun Gong combines meditation, gentle exercises, and moral teachings that guide one to be genuine, compassionate, and resilient. Largely due to its popularity in China, where 100 million people were doing Falun Gong, in 1999, the Chinese regime launched a campaign to eradicate the practice. Yet while facing rampant imprisonment, torture, and killing in China for the past 25 years, the Falun Gong community did not break. Instead, it gave rise to the largest civil disobedience movement in Chinese history. Inside China, tens of millions of Falun Gong practitioners produce and distribute leaflets debunking state-run media. In the US, Falun Gong practitioners started the world's largest independent Chinese language media and founded Shen Yun, which has become an artistic powerhouse celebrated around the world. All these efforts expose the true nature of the CCP on the world stage. And here is what Beijing is most afraid of. If the full scope and scale of atrocities the CCP has committed against Falun Gong, which many legal experts call genocide, are broadly known by people and governments around the world, it could precipitate the fall of the Chinese regime. Beijing sees this as an existential threat. This is not just about Shen Yun or Falun Gong. This is a playbook, a test run of a strategy that, if successful, proves that Beijing can manipulate US media, government, and legal systems to take down any of its critics right here in America.
I find that absolutely riveting when you look at it and then you watch the news and then you hear things and then you start to put all the pieces together. But you guys are here in this audience because you have been putting these pieces together. You've been seeing what people are saying and then going, this doesn't read right, this doesn't sound right, this doesn't smell right. And the fact that you are here, the fact that the speakers are here, the fact that we are all together here is just mind-blowing to me, because we are ready to fight back. And so I thank each and every one of you for being here because of that. So would you give each other a hand, because I appreciate your awareness. I appreciate your attendance. So So now I'm going to make him have a really tough thing to follow up with. But we're bringing Pastor Matt Gaddis back up onto the stage because he's got some more stuff that he wants to share with us. So, Pastor Matt.
So somebody mentioned earlier Pastor Sean and Justin's love of veterans and first responders. And I want to publicly, I get to thank them regularly, but I want to publicly have us give them a round of applause because Camp Freedom, yeah, please let's do that. Camp Freedom, which I'm the executive director of, has been blessed over and over and over again. Justin has donated and supported us from the very beginning, and I know he had to step out. But again, let's give him a round of applause because he has supported us over and over. So I have the greatest job in the world. I really do. To be the executive director of Camp Freedom, I get to serve true American heroes every day of my life. And let me define true American heroes, because we live in a day and age when we have defined heroes as rock stars and movie stars and all kinds of other people, athletes. And the reality is, for me, a true American hero is someone that has signed a dotted line to run towards danger. That is our veterans, our first responders, and they have done so for the sake of freedom. And we are here today to celebrate and to be an advocate for freedom. And I get to serve men and women who have given so much for the sake of freedom. And I get to do it every day. I get to hear stories of their trauma and of their experiences. And I get to hear those stories. And yet in the midst of those stories of trauma, I get to hear the reality in almost every case that they would not exchange it for anything. That they love the reality that they have been able to serve, even at great individual cost, for the freedoms that we have in this land. And our freedoms come at a great cost. Our freedoms come at a great cost, even at the giving of one's life. And we need to not take for granted the freedom that we have. We also need to not be blind to the assault that is taking place on that freedom. We need to not be blind to the things that we can do in order to be advocates and to preserve the freedom that we celebrate. Because one thing has been true through all of time is that freedom is always and always will be under assault. It always has been. It always will be. I mean, our Savior was crucified as a stance for freedom, for the ultimate freedom that we have. And so freedom has and always will be under assault. And every day I get to talk to these true American heroes who have given everything in their life at great cost for this freedom. And so I ask you this morning, what is it that you are willing to do for freedom? What stance are you willing to take for the sake of freedom? And it may be things that we view as small, but there are no small steps when we're stepping forward for freedom's sake. Where is your local school board right now? And is there a role that you might be the person to step up and run for that position? What other political scenarios might you be able to serve in right now and run for that can help us promote true freedom, that can help us promote the things that we adore, where you can become an advocate in a very practical way for the freedom that we love? We need to stop looking to everybody else, and sometimes we need to look internally and say, might it be me that can step up and serve in some capacity? And then what is it that we're doing to support those who are already in that position? Are you including in your daily prayer life prayer for those who are serving in any political capacity? Because there is no small role. Are you supporting by getting out and being an advocate for our political process, for election integrity, and for seeing and helping people that should be running, supporting them to help them accomplish the goals that we need as a country. We have elections coming up very quickly, and it's very important to get out and vote. We have primaries coming up in 2026 that we need to be well aware of, because we have often, I'm just going to say this, we have often put forward the wrong people. Does anybody not agree with that? We have often pushed forward the wrong people. We need to find the right people, and we need to recognize that we may be the right people. And behind the political sphere and all that's going on there, we need to realize the foundations upon which this country were built. We need to realize that it is one nation under God at its core and at its foundation. And we need to realize that there is an opportunity fresh in front of us right now, that as we as followers of Jesus Christ have an opportunity in our lifetime right now to be advocates for the only true freedom that we may see in our lifetime going forward. We can be the difference maker by introducing others to the true answer of freedom, by our prayer life for those who are serving politically, by our actions, by getting out there and being supporters of all that it takes in order to be free. Freedom is not a word that we should take lightly. Freedom is not a word that comes without great cost. And again, I challenge you this morning, what are you willing to do for the sake of freedom? It's not those who stand here and get an opportunity to speak. It is us. It is we, the people, that need to take a stance for the sake of freedom, and you need to discover what that is in your life. We need to discover what that is in our lives. Again, I get to serve true American heroes every day, every single day. I get to hear their stories that have come as a result of trauma that they have faced on our behalf. At Camp Freedom, in just under 8 years, we have served over 13,000 true American heroes, disabled veterans, disabled first responders, their families, Gold Star and Gold Shield families from 48 states. And so I wake up every day getting to meet these incredible men and women, hear their stories, but I also get to see firsthand what the cost has been. And so one of the greatest things that we can do is do our job, whatever that may be, to do what we can do, whatever that role may be, in order to preserve and to push forward freedom in this great land. Freedom in what I believe is still the greatest country in the world. I am inspired day in and day out by the men and women that I meet. I would challenge you again to discover what it is, what the role is, what the position is, what it is that you can do to help this great land. Whether it's fulfilling a role, whether it's praying for those who do, whether it's just taking actions of freedom in your life, I want to ask you and challenge you, what are you willing to do personally for the sake of freedom? Because we all have a role to play, and are we willing to play that role? Thank you for your time.
I just want to add to something that he said, because some people are called to action and some people are called to support. And know that if you look at yourself and you say, I'm not in a position to be on the school board, or I'm not in a position to run for office, every one of those people needs a support person. They need a kickstand. They need a volunteer. They need a somebody. So look at yourself and say, am I the person or am I the support crew? And there is room for all of that. I travel with my brother a lot. And he tells people, they're like, oh, are you important? And he's like, no. I am the pebble that goes behind her rock to keep her from rolling backwards. So that is the role that he sees, but he is actually, even more, he's my cane, he's my crutch, he's my sounding board. Everybody that wants to be brave and go forward needs someone to turn and look back to and say, are you with me? So you pick how you want to be and who you want to be, but there's room for us all. So. Now I'd like to introduce Matt Contreras, and he's going to introduce our keynote speaker. As soon as I go get him out of the back. So we'll all wait. And as soon as they come, you can clap. Matt? Matt, are you? You just got called. Okay, we're going to clap.
Morning, everybody. How are you? Good. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm grateful that you're all here today. So I'm here to announce somebody who's a good friend, somebody who you all know. I want to talk a little bit about the personal side of things, though, today, as we gather here for freedom and liberty. A lot of you know Scott and the work that he does, but I've kind of traveled on the personal side with him, so I want to give you a little insight into traveling with Mr. Scott Presler. So you see the happy giant with his flowing hair, and he's running around shaking hands, but I want to talk about the human toll of doing the work that we do. And so what you guys don't see is after traveling for 12 hours, Scott will stand and take 100 additional pictures on top of the 500 pictures that he's taken that day. And he does it with a smile, and he does it with grace, and he does it with love. And you don't always see that with people that have some moniker of fame. And, you know, the reason that Scott does the work that he does is really simple. When I first met Scott, you know, the first words out of his mouth were, "I'm on a mission to get Donald J. Trump elected in 2024." And as you know, he accomplished that mission, and he didn't do it by himself. He did it by employing thousands upon thousands of volunteers, not only here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but across the country, who believed in freedom and liberty and what was right. And finally realizing that what we needed here was a course correction in our country, and that if it did not happen, that things were going to continue to go on a downward trend. And so Scott began his mission, you know, years ago on that mission to get Donald Trump elected. We accomplished that mission. And, you know, most people would sit down and say, mission accomplished, I'm going to go home or do something else, or, you know, try and turn my fame into wealth for myself. But not Scott. That's not what he did. He took about, I don't know, 2 weeks off, if that. And he began the next mission, which was to turn really the rest of the country red. Any blue areas he wanted to turn red. Here in Pennsylvania, he is now a son of Pennsylvania. He lives here in I won't tell you where, but on the other side of Pennsylvania. Scott began his mission to get these 3 Supreme Court justices now up for retention in PA to not have that 10-year extension. And so that's been the focus here in Pennsylvania. So you want to vote no on November 4th to 5 judges, the 3 Supreme Court judges and the 2 judges, for one for Superior Court, one for Commonwealth Court. So you want vote no to retention. And the other mission, frankly, after the November election, Scott was called to go to other states. And, Scott's always been loyal to Pennsylvania. So he said, I'm going to remain doing the work here in Pennsylvania, but I'm also going to go to other states because the work is not finished. And so he went to New Jersey and he began the work there. But before I bring Scott up, again, I want to talk about the personal side. A lot of people think Scott Presler is, this multimillionaire who travels around in his big SUV, and he goes home to Virginia where his parents are, and sits at home and collects his money. And that's just not the case. The case is that Scott Presler is a very humble person who doesn't make a lot of money from doing this work. But he loves this country, and he loves all of you, and he wants to see it prosper. And he just, quite frankly, didn't like the direction it was going. And so, fame comes with a cost, and he's willing to pay that cost. And honestly, being close to him and knowing the work that he does has really inspired me. The man just doesn't stop working. He doesn't stop working. He doesn't. He goes from one event to the next event to the next event, continuing the work, never ending, sleeping out of his car sometimes sleeping in all these different hotels, from hotel to hotel. And I'm not telling you this because I want you to, oh my God, Scott's wonderful. I just want you to know how dedicated the man is to the work. And it's only because, like you, he loves this country. And so we're going to give Scott a little bit of award, a little bit of recognition today. So, Scott, why don't you come up here? So, the Rod of Iron Freedom Festival is very grateful to you, and we are proud to present you the 7th Annual Rod of Iron State Freedom Award here on October 11th, 2025, is presented to Scott Presler in grateful recognition of your unwavering dedication to grassroots activism, voter engagement, and preserving liberty by mobilizing the conservative vote. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you my good friend, my brother from another mother who loves this country and who works tirelessly to make it as successful as it can possibly be. He is the announcer of the golden age created by Donald Trump, my good friend, Mr. Scott Presler.
Good afternoon. It's so funny. A couple words about Matthew before I get started is I had never known Pike County. We have 67 counties here. I had this guy call me back in 2023. His name is Charles Cannebecker. Does anybody know Charles? And Charles goes, Scott, I want to save Pike County. And I said, okay, I don't know where this is, but I'll come. We did an event in early 2024 over at the Tom Quick Inn over next to the Hotel Faucher. And I tell you, we had 150 people in March 2024. And I knew there was something so special here. The energy. You guys have waterfalls here in Pike County. And in fact, I've been here so much that people think I live here and I bought a home. But no, I'm outside of Pittsburgh. Don't judge me. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Scott Presler. I am the son of a retired Navy captain. I am a long-haired Eagle Scout. And in 2021, I received the Ronald Reagan Award for Freedom at CPAC. I never thought this would be my life. In 2012, I saw President Obama get re-elected, And I realized that I was only a voter at that time. I wasn't knocking on doors. I wasn't registering voters. And as opposed to looking at the rest of the world saying, what are you going to do? I said, what am I going to do? And so in 2014, I moved halfway across the country. I didn't know a soul in Texas. And I worked to elect now Governor Greg Abbott in the great state of Texas. I never wanted Hillary Clinton to set foot in that White House ever again, and you guys delivered, and Pennsylvania voted for Donald J. Trump in 2016. You changed the course of our nation's history. In 2019, it was President Trump who changed my life. He was talking about the city of Baltimore, Maryland. Do you guys remember that? President Trump kind of used some choice words talking about the city. But again, I went, why is nobody helping the city of Baltimore? Why is everybody talking about it, posting about it, getting clicks on social media? And I turned the finger back at myself and said, Scott, what are you gonna do to serve your country? I posted on Twitter at the time, now X thanks to Elon, and I said, I'm going to Baltimore, and we're going to go pick up trash on the most dangerous streets of America. The tweet went viral, and everybody wanted to help, and then I was like, uh-oh. Because now I have to fulfill this mission. And I'm proud to say that on a Monday, with 200 volunteers, we picked up 12 tons of trash in 12 hours in one single day. I went home to my ma. I was so excited, and I was like, Ma, I am so good at picking up trash. Her heart swelled, as any mother's would. But more importantly, it was at that moment that I realized this is truly why I am a Republican. Because I believe that concerned citizens coming together in an act of love could do more good than the government with all of its power, all of its money, all of its might ever could. And I thought, why don't I do this everywhere? I don't have to wait for anyone to tell me what I can and cannot do. We started traveling the country, picking up trash. We went to Atlanta, Austin, Baltimore, Chicago, Denver, Duquesne, Detroit, Houston, Kenosha, Los Angeles, Miami, Milwaukee, Nashville, Portland, Pittsburgh, Philly, Salem. I was protested for daring to pick up trash on the streets of San Francisco, California. Bless their hearts. I've been doing a lot of work in New Jersey because we are going to flip the New Jersey governorship from blue to red this November. Now, I know that we have some Tennesseans here because I met Yoshi and his woman. Now, people in the South say, bless your heart. I ask my new people over in New Jersey, I'm like, guys, what's the equivalent of bless your heart? But you are a good faith, God-fearing community here, and I'm not going to use those words in front of you today. You all know what they say. 2020, our election was stolen from us, and they installed Joe Biden into power. And I knew that the fight couldn't end there, that more than ever, they needed us to continue our mission. And so I said, okay, in 2021, we're gonna organize locally. We're gonna start at the bottom, working all the way to the top, and we're gonna build the bench. We're gonna get people to run for city council and school board and mayor and state rep and state senate, and we're gonna take back control of Congress, stopping Joe Biden's reckless and dangerous policies in 2022. That's when we really started our voter registration work. And I can tell you that in Florida, we flipped Pinellas County from blue to red through voter registration. Because of Joe Biden, with canceling the Keystone Pipeline and gas was skyrocketing, we started doing gas station voter registration. People pulled up and we changed them from Democrat to Republican from the comfort of their car while their gas is getting pumped. You know what happened after we flipped Pinellas County in Florida? We elected fierce and ferocious freedom fighter Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna to Congress in Florida. Voter registration makes a difference. We even went to Long Island, New York, doing more gas station voter registration, and we flipped all of Long Island in 2022 from blue to red. But something bad happened in 2022, and I'm not here to fight, I'm not here to be confrontational, but I'm here to be factual. Let's talk about what happened in 2022. We should have had this big, beautiful red wave. Everyone that I talked to, everyone that I spoke to, Scott, it's gonna be a tsunami. Scott, we're gonna win. Scott, we got this. Joe Biden, bless his heart, he didn't know where he was. Putin invaded Ukraine because of his feckless and weak leadership. You had the crisis at our border, allowing millions of illegal alien invaders into our country daily, allowing 300 Americans to die from fentanyl and opioid abuse. You had the skyrocketing gas prices and inflation that was hurting working class American families, and everybody said the same thing to me. We're good. We got this. We're gonna win. But 2022 wasn't a red wave, was it? In Pennsylvania, our beautiful Commonwealth, we elected John Fetterman to the United States Senate. And I want to be very clear. Please hear me for a moment. Hear me. Because I know some of you might be thinking, wow, Fetterman is making a lot of sense lately. Wow, he's tacking like a Republican. Hear me very clearly. We had somebody else in recent memory that said all the right things, that spoke in flowery language that made you feel good, that made you feel hope and change. How did that turn out for us in 2008 and 2012? John Fetterman, if there is a Democrat spy in this room, well, number one, I'm glad you're here because you're going to be filled with conservatism all day long. But number two, I will trust John Fetterman when he starts voting the right way, not saying all of the right things. And until he defies Chuck Schumer, then in 2028, we are going to replace him with a Republican senator in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. What else happened in 2022 on Election Day? In Arizona, we should have Governor Kari Lake today. She should be a governor, if not a senator, right now, Kari Lake. In Arizona, 60% of the machines went down on what day? When do Republicans vote? Coincidence? Let's bring it home to Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, a beautiful county, but a troubled county outside of Scranton and Lackawanna, right here in northeast Pennsylvania. Do you know what happened on Election Day in 2022 in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania? They ran out of paper ballots in 2022. On what day? When do Republicans vote? Coincidence? In Nevada, I'm not blaming this one on the Democrats, but in Nevada, do you know what happened on Election Day in the mountains of Reno and Washoe County? It snowed. Republicans, I mean, you guys are here in Pike County. We are far removed from big cities for a reason. We like to live in the mountains. We like to live with waterfalls. It snowed on Election Day, and we lost a Senate seat in Nevada by 8,000 votes. Do you know how many registered Republicans did not vote in 2022 in Nevada? Give me a number. More. 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 My friends, please hear me. In 2022, 150,000 registered Nevada Republicans did not vote in 2022 on Election Day. And do you know why that's so bad? It's worse because at least here in your state, you have to request a mail-in ballot to receive one. Everyone in Nevada receives a mail-in ballot whether or not they request it, meaning 150,000 registered Republicans got their ballot and were like, I'm not voting. I'm not going to the drop box. I'm not putting it into a ballot box. I'm not going on election day. We lost that seat by 8,000 votes. And so I went, guys, Joe Biden is going to get reelected unless we change the game and change the way that we approach elections. I wanted to learn from 2022 and use it as a case study to make sure that it never happened again. And so in 2023, I founded my organization, which is called Early Vote Action. And we do have a star in the audience today. She is this feisty and ferocious New Jersey gal. Do you guys know Gina Mankato? Do you guys know Gina right here, front row? Right now, the Pennsylvania GOP is doing a voter registration contest in Pennsylvania. Do you know what the first county of all 67 counties to reach its voter registration goal was? Pike County, Pennsylvania. Do you know the current percentage that Pike County has reached of its goal so far? 163% of its goal. That is the Gina effect. That is the Matthew Contreras effect. That is the Cooch effect right here. Cooch is with our team as well. You know him. He comes here to register voters at church. We have some great talent on our team at Early Vote Action. And I'll tell you, it wasn't a very popular thing for me to say in 2023. I had a lot of people fighting against me, but I want people to know where my heart is. At the end of the day, I wake up every day and I go to bed every night thinking about how I can defeat Democrats and elect Republicans into office. That is my mission. I want to elect good people. I dream about it. I live it. I breathe it. I eat it. I'm in the shower working 24/7. And I wouldn't be pushing an all of the above approach to voting unless I really cared. I wouldn't be doing this unless I really wanted to save our country. And that's why, going into 2024, we devised an all of the above approach in order to make that sure that Donald Trump won. So yes, we did push the mail-in voting for our people that are firefighters, police officers, teachers, pilots, working class, that maybe they couldn't vote on Tuesday, November 2024. And I wanted to make sure that we earned their vote. And I want to give a shout out to you, the people of Northeast Pennsylvania, because you know what you did in 2024? You defeated Matt Cartwright, electing Rob Bresnahan to Congress. Down south in Lehigh and Northampton, you defeated the entrenched liberal Democrat Susan Wild, electing McKenzie into Congress. Ryan McKenzie, I had a Joe Biden moment. Forgive me. Forgive me. Listen, twice in 1 week I've done Fox and Friends. I had to wake up at 3 a.m. to do my hair. Lord have mercy. That was rough. And if I ever did meet Joe Biden, he would try to sniff my hair. He would go in for a whiff. You know he would. But it's fresh and clean. I have 3 minutes. Oh, babe, I need more time. Give me 5. Look, I think they're having fun. I think are we enjoying it? Okay, let me go a little bit over. They said keynote, baby, keynote. So, do you know what else you guys did in 2024? You defeated Bob Casey, electing Dave McCormick as your senator by 15,000 votes. Do you know what Senator McCormick has done already? He introduced a bill for term limits for Congress. Term limits. Dave McCormick did that from Pennsylvania. And speaking of which, that's a great segue. Who here believes in term limits? Oh, How many of you are Pennsylvania? How many Pennsylvania? Okay, babes, I got something for you. This is gonna excite the heck out of you. Okay, get this. So we elect justices in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we elect, they're either Republican or Democrat, they're by party affiliation. Do you know what happened in 2015? We got clobbered. The Democrats took control and won 3 Supreme Court seats in 2015. Their names are Democrat Justices Dougherty, Donahue, and Wecht. These people, over the last 10 years, do you know what they did to you on the Supreme Court? They gave Governor Wolf the authority to lock you down during COVID, shutting down your churches, shutting down your schools, shutting down your businesses. It was Dougherty, Donahue, and Wecht that allowed Governor Wolf to extend that emergency declaration. You know what they did as well? They allowed mail-in ballots to be returned 3 days after Election Day in 2020. They were the architects and they engineered the 2020 stolen election here in Pennsylvania, which came down to 80,000 votes. It was Dougherty, Donahue, and Wecht. You know what else they did? You know what Governor Newsom is trying to do in California? He's trying to rig the congressional maps and gerrymander them this November. In 2018, prior to the midterm elections, Dougherty, Donahue, and Wecht gerrymandered your maps, said they were racist, and in 2018, we lost several seats in Congress because of those 3 Democrat Supreme Court justices. This November, there's no Republican up for these seats. It's a simple, do you retain them or do you get rid of them? So let's play a little game. I'm gonna have you answer me. On your ballot, it's gonna say, should Christine Donahue be retained for another 10 years? No. Should David Wecht be retained for another 10 years? No. Should disgraced Kevin Dougherty be retained for another 10 years? No. Guys, if you come out in full force this November, if beautiful Pike County, Wayne County, Northeast Pennsylvania, Luzerne, Lackawanna, Susquehanna, Wyoming, Tioga, Bradford, if you come out and you vote no to retention, you can defeat all 3. And if you vote no majority, all 3 are removed. And we will turn a 5 Democrat to 2 Republican Supreme Court into a 2 Democrat to 2 Republican Supreme Court. But Scott, what happens next? Can Governor Shapiro appoint a replacement? He can, but we have a Republican Senate in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which requires 2/3 of the Senate in order to confirm a justice. In 2027, there will be a special election, and you can turn a 5D to 2R Supreme Court into a 5R to 2D Supreme Court. That's what gets me going. Now, this is very important. There's an undervote when it comes to retention elections. What is an undervote? They vote the front of the ballot, but they don't flip it over and vote on the back. 440,000 people voted in 2023 Supreme Court that didn't vote on the retention election. So I want you to remember 2 statements that I'm going to give to you. Flip over your ballot to fire bad judges. Turn over your ballot to term limit your judges. I need you to tell everybody, flip over the ballot. No across the board. No across the board. And again, if that Democrat spy is here in that room, you tell Kevin Dougherty, whose brother is in prison for embezzling $600,000 from hardworking union workers in Philadelphia, we are coming for his seat. You tell Christine Donahue, we are coming for her seat peacefully. Because if the media is here, I want people to know I'm a peaceful person. I'm peaceful. and we fight with ballots, not bullets. We are not the Democrat Party. We are not the left. And I make a promise to you, whatever happens this November, and I hope that we win, I hope that we elect Jack Ciattarelli as the next governor of New Jersey. I hope that we defeat all three of these. And by the way, Maria Batista for Commonwealth Court, Superior Court, and Matt Wolford for Commonwealth Court. You vote ours across the line, Maria and Matt. But I promise that I'm not stopping. I'm on a mission, and I want, by the time 2026 rolls around, we are currently 53,000 voters, 800 from flipping the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from blue to red. And by November 2026, when we defeat Governor Shapiro, we are going to create a red Commonwealth, go forward to 2028. And last thing, please vote in the midterms. Please vote in primaries. If you're not happy with the people you have in office today, Gina will change you into a Republican. I will change you to a Republican. Register to vote with me. Make sure you're voting this November. And just, I really hope you guys take action. I lost a friend a month ago. And in this trying time, a lot of people in the world are looking to how we respond to tragedy. They're looking to how we respond to an assassination. They're looking to how we respond to political violence. Are you, in this moment of our country's need, just going to be like I was in 2012 and just watch what's going on and be a voter? Or are you going to take positive, constructive action, registering to vote, voting, becoming a poll greeter, knocking on doors, and doing everything you can to elect good people into office? I hope it's the latter. And just may God bless us. May God bless our country. Thank you for being here today. And who knows, maybe one day I may move to Pike County, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the pastor. Thank you to the Moon family. Thank you to Matthew Contreras. And thank you to the Wrought Iron Freedom Festival. I look forward to seeing you next year in 2026.
Okay, so how many of you guys have seen Scott Presler in person give a presentation before? Okay. How many of you are going to vote to say, we want him next year? Right? We're going to make sure that we tell all the folks that put together the Wrought of Iron Freedom Festival that that was an amazing, energizing, educational conversation, and I am better for it. So that was truly amazing. So now I want everybody to stay here, but what I want you to do is I want you to pull out your wallets, and I want you to make sure you've got a couple credit cards, and then I want you to look to see how much money you've got, and then we're going to want it. That's where we're going. We are getting ready to have a gun auction, and we've got some amazing, amazing guns. So I'm going to hand this over to Mike Barth, and he's gonna take it from here, because I'm going over to the audience and I'm going to bid. So I want you to do that too.
Hello, everyone. We're here today for the Friends of the NRA, which is a not-for-profit foundation the NRA has. All the money we make today, half of it will stay in Pike County. The bulk of the money we raise will go to youth shooting programs. Those kids is the next generation of Second Amendment people out here doing this. So open up your wallets, get ready to raise your hands. Our auctioneer, Eric Zellemeyer, and we'll have some runners going around when you bid on something. A runner will get your information, but Eric will give you all that.
Okay, real quick show of hands. How many people have never been to an auction before? Show of hands. Okay, just leave them up until the auction's over. We'll sell everything. If I don't see you, there are lights pointing in my eyes. Shout whatever you need to do to get my attention. We have one of every firearm that we have here today. There's only one. So if you don't know that I have your bid, make sure you do something to make sure I have your bid. Usually just shouting will get my attention. Again, half of the money is going to stay right here in Pike County to help out the local organizations and the local kid sports. If there's anybody out of state and you buy a firearm, if it's a long gun, we can do your paperwork over at the Friends of NRA tent. If it's a handgun, we're going to have to ship it to your FFL. Again, if you're out of state, make sure anything that you are bidding on, you can eligibly have in your state so that we can make sure we get it there. After the auction is over, we're going to have you all go over to the Friends of, any winning bidder is going to head over to the Friends of NRA tent, and we're going to take care of all the background checks there right now today so that you can go home with them. Is there anything that I missed? Anything I forgot? No. Yep. When you walk out the door here, you just go all the way over to your right. It's the very first booth over up against the roadway there. Okay, without any further ado, we're going to get started, ladies and gentlemen. Item number 1, we've got the Car CW9 9mm. It is a 3.6-inch barrel. It has a 7+1 capacity. It is a stainless finish, and the sights are drift adjust white bar and dot. It is a brand new pistol there, ladies and gentlemen. What's it worth? Who say 300 ounce hold? I've already 300 and I've already 3, I've already 200 ounce hold. 200 and I've already 2. Who say 100 ounce? Let everybody in. 100 ounce, I've already 110, 110 point, I've already 110, 120, 120, 120, 120, 130, 130, 140, 140. 140, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 190, 190, 200, 210, 210, 210, sir, have it at 210, 210, where have it at 210, 210, phone, have it at 210, where 210, I got you for 200 down, have it at 210, 210, where have it at 210, phone, have it at 210, 210, 220, 220, 220, 230, sir, have it at 230, 230, phone, have it at 230, 230, 230 here, have it at 230. You're out right there, sir. 230. Yep, you're out. You want to say 230, 240, 240, 250. You're out again. 250, 250, 250, 260, 260, 270, 270. Won't have it at 280, 290, 290, 290. Well, thank you anyway. 290, we're going to have it at 290. 290, we're going to have it at 290. Won't have it at 290, we're going to have it at 290. 290, and it is sold. 280, sir. If you just raise your hand. Thank you very much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you do an auction. Thank you very much. While we're in a car mood, we're going to stay in a car mood, and we're going to move on to a Car CM9. The one we did was a CW. Now we're going to do a CM9. This one is a little bit shorter barrel. It is a 3-inch barrel. It is a 6+1 capacity. It is stainless, and it only weighs 15.9 ounces, making it a really nice concealed carry, ladies and gentlemen, on the Car CM9. Who say 200 ounce hold? 200 and have it at 2, have it at 100 ounce, let everybody in. 100 ounce, where's yo? 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 140, 150, 160, 170, 170, 170, we're at 170, 180, 180, 180, we're at have it at 180, 180, we're at have it at 180, have it at 180, 180, 180, 190, 190, 190, we're at have it at 190, 190, won't have it at 190, 190, won't have it at 190, 190, we're 190, and 200, 200, 210, 210, 210, sir, have it at 210, 20, 220, 230, 230, 240, phone, have it at 240, 240, 50, 250, 260, phone, have it at 260, 270, 270, 280, 280, 290, 290, and 300 ounce or 310, 310, 310, 320, 320, 320, we're have it at 320, 330, 330, 40, 340, 340, we're have it at 340, 340, we're have it at 340, 340, 350, 350, 360, 360, 360, we're have it at 360. Well, thank you anyway. There's more coming up. 360, 360, we're have it at 360, 70, 370, 370. Are you sure? 370, 300, 370, 380, 380, won't have it at 380, 380. It's only money. 380. 380, 380. Well, thank you anyway. I've got 370 bid. I've got a 380 phone. I've got a 380, 380. Where I've got a 380, 380, and it is sold. 370 on my right. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we're going to get into some fancier guns. We've got ourselves an Auto Ordnance 1911. This is their tanker edition. It is a government model, 5-inch barrel. It's 7+1, 45 ACP. It is the OD green custom finish on it there with the engraved grips on it, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic tanker looking 1911. Who say $1,000 for it? $1,000 hold, $7.5. Who say $500? Let everybody in. 500, where's you go? 5, I got 5.5, 600, 600, 6.5, 700, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5 on, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. I've got 700 bid. 7.5, 7.5, 7.5 on, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5 on, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Now 800, 800, now 8.5, sir, 8.5, 8.5, 8.5. I got 800 bid. 8.5, 8.5, 8.5 on, 8.5, 8.5 on, 8.5, 8.5, 8.5 on, 8.5. I got 800 bid. 8.5, 8.5, 8.5 on, 8.5. 8.5 on, 8.5, 8.5 on, 8.5 on, 8.5, 850, and it is sold. $800 right down front. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we're going to move right along here. We're going to move into some long rifles now, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a Henry lever action in 22 long rifle, ladies and gentlemen. And listen to this, capacity is 17 plus 1. So you can load it and just shoot all day long. And the nice thing is, it's in 22 long rifle, so it won't make you go broke when you go to the hunting range. Out that shooting range, you can shoot it all day long. What's it worth on the Henry, ladies and gentlemen? It's got an 18.5-inch barrel. Who say $300 and start it? I've already 300 and go, and I've already 3. Who say $200 or 200 to get 210? 200, but I've already 210, phone, I've already 210. 200, but average 210, 220, 220, 220, 230, 230, phone, average 230, 230, phone, average 230, 230, 240, 240, phone, average 240, 240. Think about it. Up 240 you did. 250, 250, 250, where average 250, 260, 260, phone, average 260. I've got 250 bid. Average 260, 260, 270, 270, 270, where average 270, phone, average 270, 270, where average 270, 270, where average 270, phone, average 270, 270, where average 270, 270, 280, 280, where average 280, 280, phone, average 280, 280. I've got 270 up top, average 280, 280, where average 280, 290, 290, phone, average 290, 290. Didn't cost you nothing yet. 290, 290, 300, 300, 300 phone, average 3, 300 phone, average 300, where average 3, 300 phone, average 3, where average 3, 300. I got 290 bid, average 3, 300 phone, average 3, where average 3, 300 phone, average 300, where average 3, 300, and it is sold. $290 all the way to the top of the stairs. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Moving right along, we've got item number 5. For those wanting to get yourself a Kimber, here's your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a Kimber Micro 9 Liberty. It is 9 millimeter. It is a 3.15-inch barrel, 7+1 capacity. Black finish there with white dot sights, ladies and gentlemen, on that real nice Kimber Micro. What's it worth? Who give me $600 for it? I've already 600 going. I've already 6.5. Who say $400 for it? 400, got 4 1/4, 400, but average 4 1/4, average 4 1/4, 4 1/4, average 4 1/4, 4 1/4, average 4 1/4, average 4 1/4. On a Kimber, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, average 4 1/4. I've got 400 bid, average 4 1/4, 4 1/4, average 4 1/4, average 4 1/4, 4 1/4, average 4 1/4, average 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, average 4.5, 4.5, average 4.5, average 4.5, 4.5. 4.5, 4.5, average 4.5. He's going to look at it. 4.5, 4.5, average 4.5, average 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, average 4.5, average 4.5, 4.5, average 4.5, average 4.5, 4.5, average 4.5, average 4.5. Change your mind. 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 475, 475, worth the money. 475, 475, 475, $500 for it. 500, 500, average 5. 500, well, thank you anyway. 500, average 5. I got 475 bid, average 5. 500 pound, average 5, average 5. 500 pound, average 5, average 5, pound, average 5. 500, and it is sold. $475 far right. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, we're moving right along. We're going to talk about a Colt now, ladies and gentlemen. Change your tune a little bit. We've got ourselves a Colt Government 1911. It is the government model, which means it is a 5-inch barrel, 7+1 capacity, which means it is a 45 ACP. It has a blue finish, single stack magazine, and it is a single action. You want to carry it cocked and locked? There you go, ladies and gentlemen, on the iconic 1911. What's it worth? Who give me $1,000 for it? $1,000 hold, $1,000 hold, $1,000. Who say 8? Who say $700? Let everybody in. 700 and go, $6. Who say $500 for it? 5, I got 5 and a quarter, 5 and a half, 575, 575, $600, 600, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half, 675, 675, 675, 675, $675, 675, $675, 700, 700, 700, 700, 700, 700, 700, 7 and a quarter, 7 and a quarter, 7 and a quarter, 7 and a half, 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 7 and a half. Anybody else want in on a 1911? 7 and a half, 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 775, 775, 775, 775, 775, 775, 775, 775, 775, 775, and it is sold. $750 on my left. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, we're moving on to lot number 7. Lot number 7, we've got another 1911. This one is by Auto Ordnance. And this, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't looked at it, is the Trump one. And this truly is the one, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic Auto Ordnance, Trump one. Government model, which means it has a 5-inch barrel. It's 45 ACP. It is the True Glow white dot sights. Custom all up there, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't seen it, it is a fantastic, fancy looking gun, ladies and gentlemen, on the Trump one. What's it worth? Who give me $1,500 for it? I've already $1,500, $1,200. Who say $1,000 for it? I've already $1,000 home. I've already $1,000. Who say $700? Let everybody in. $1,000 on 7. I get 7 and a half. 700, 7 and a quarter, 7 and a half, 775, 775, 775, 800, 800, sir. I've already 800, 8. Was that a bit 8? 800, parent, I've 800, 800, parent, I've 8. 800 now, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, parent, I've 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a half. 8 and a half, 875, 875, 875, and $900 for it. 900, 9 and a quarter, 9 and a quarter, 9 and a quarter, 9 and a quarter, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half for Trump one. 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and, are you sure? 9 and a half, 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 $1,000, $1,000, $1,000, $1,050, $1,050. You said that before. $1,050. 1,050, where it have it at 1,050. I got 1,000 bid. Have it at 1,050. 1,050, where it have it at 1,050. Phone, have it at 1,050. 1,050, where it have it at 1,050. Phone, have it at 1,050. Change your mind, 1,050, and it is sold. $1,000 right down front. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, we're moving right along. Gun number 8. We've got ourselves the Weatherby. We're going back into long guns here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a Weatherby Compact Hunter. It is a Vanguard. It is a 22-inch barrel. It is a Cerakote tungsten orange and green accent finish on it there. It is a 1 in 10 twist, and it is in .308. One of the most handy rounds around, ladies and gentlemen. If you've got a Compact Hunter, so it's made for somebody who is a little on the smaller stature. So if you're vertically challenged, it is great for you. For those of you that are taller, you might need to. You're welcome. I try to help out. It is. They're not little people. They're just vertically challenged, right? We are in 2025, is what Nate always says. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great gun. It really is. If you're a bigger guy and you want to use it, all you have to do is put a nice big butt pad on it, and it'll bring it away from your body, and you'll be able to use it. You want to go in the woods with it? Great finish for doing that, ladies and gentlemen. On that Weatherby Vanguard, what's it worth? Who give me $1,000 for it? $1,000, 7 and a half. Who say $500? Let everybody in. 500, I got 5 and a quarter. 500, but have it 5 and a quarter, fold, have it 5 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter, where have it 5 and a quarter, fold, have it 5 and a quarter. I've got 500 bid, have it 5 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter, where have it 5 and a quarter, fold, 5 and a quarter, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, where have it 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 575, 575 and 600, 600, where have it 6, 600, fold, have it 600, where have it 6, 600, 600, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter. If it goes this way, it makes for a much better auction. 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter. I've got 600 bid. I've already 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter. I've already 6 and a quarter half, 6 and a half. 6. Don't let her get away with that. 6 and a half, 6 and a half, 6 and a half on. I've already 6 and a half. I got 6 and a quarter bid. I've already 6 and a half, 6 and a half on. I've already 6 and a half. I've already 6 and a half, 6 and a half on. I've already 6 and a half. I've already 6 and a half, 6 and a half, and it is 6 and a half, 675, 675. Are you sure? 675? She's not sure. 675, 675, heard everybody, 675, 675, hold everybody, 675, heard everybody, 675, 675, and it is sold. $650 right to the back of the room, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, all right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This thing doesn't need any introduction at all. We all know it. If you have been born in the last 35 plus years and you've gone to the movies once, you have seen this gun. It is one of the most iconic guns in the world. Some people get in trouble by calling it a deagle. The Desert Eagle, ladies and gentlemen. And it is in the Trueborn 50 Action Express that it was designed to be in it there, ladies and gentlemen. This is the stainless steel finish, 6-inch barrel, and it has the fixed combat sights, ladies and gentlemen. Really nice looking Desert Eagle. What's it worth? Hook me $2,000 for it. I've already $1,500. Who say $1,000 where? 15, I get 1,600, 1,600, 1,600, 1,600, 1,600, 1,600, 16, 1,700, 1,700, 17, 1,800, 18, 1,900, 1,900, 1,900, 19, $2,000, 2,100, 2,100, 2,100, average 2,100, 2,100, average 2,100, 2,100, phone average 21, 2, 2,200, 22. You know what they cost at the store? 22, 22, 22. You can never have too many Desert Eagles. 22, 22, 22, average 22. Think about it. I'll be back. 22. I got 2,100 bid. Average 22, 2,200 phone average 22, 22, 22 phone average 22. I got 2,100 bid. Average 22, 22, 22, where average 22, 22, 2,200. I got 2,100 bid. Average 22, 22, where average 2,200, 2,200, and it is sold. $2,100 at the wall, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Next up, we're moving on to lot number 10. We've got an oldie coming back, ladies and gentlemen. A few years ago, Colt realized what a mistake they made by cutting off the snake gun series back in the 80s when the very first couple of snake guns started selling for $15,000 and $18,000. I personally know I sold one for $12,000. That the snake guns really were super important. So they brought them back out. They started with the Python. This is a next year edition. We've got the Viper, ladies and gentlemen. The Viper has a 3-inch barrel, stainless finish, 1 in 14 twist on it there. It is also single double action, ladies and gentlemen. On the second rendition or second gen of the snake guns, ladies and gentlemen, the Colt Viper. What's it worth? Who say $1,000 for it? $1,000 hold. Average 9. Average who say $700 for it? 786. Who say $500 on that Colt Viper? 5 I got quarter, 5.5, 5.5, 575, 575, 600, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6.5, 6.5, 675, 675, $700 for 700, 7 a quarter, 7 a quarter, 7.5, 7.5 on average 7.5. I got 7 a quarter bid. Average 7.5, 7.5 average 7.5, 7.5 on average 7.5 average 7.5, 775, 775. 775, now $800 for it. $800, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter phone, average 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, average 8 and a quarter phone, average 8 and a quarter. I've got 800 bid, average 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, average 8 and a quarter phone, average 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter phone, average 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, average 8 and a quarter phone, average 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, average 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, and it is sold. 800 right down the middle. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Next up, we're moving on to lot number 11. Lot number 11, we've got ourselves a Ruger RXM. You're looking for a carry 9mm. Here we go. It is a 4-inch barrel, 15+1. It is a black FNC nitride twist barrel with a 1 in 10 on it there, ladies and gentlemen. Great looking Ruger RXM pistol. What's it worth? Who'll give me $500 for it? I've already 500 going. I've already 5 hold. I've already $300 for it. 300, I got 3 and a quarter, 300, but I've already 3 and a quarter phone, I've already 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter half, 375, 375, $400 for it, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, I've already 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, I've already 4 and a half, 4 and a half, I've already 4 and a half, phone, I've already 4 and a half, 4 and a half, I've already 4 and a half, phone, I've already 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 475, 475, $500 for it. $500 hold, average 5 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter, 4, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, average 5 and a half, 5 and a half hold, average 5 and a half, every 5 and a half, 5 and a half, every 5 and a half, every 5 and a half, 5 and a half, every 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 575, 575 and 600. 600 every 6, 600 pound every 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 6, and it is 600. Sold $575 down front right, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on, if you wanted to buy a gun, we only have 2 more opportunities, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting down there in our choices, and number 12 is a nice one. We've got the Savage 110 classic hunting rifle. It is the Trail Hunter Light in 270 Winchester, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 20-inch barrel, make it nice and maneuverable in the woods. It is a 4-round capacity, and it is a tungsten Cerakote finish with a 1 in 10 twist barrel, ladies and gentlemen. Really nice, light, compact hunter rifle there, ladies and gentlemen. What's it worth? Who'll give me $1,000 for it? 800? Who say $600 for it? 600 and go, and have it at 5. 5, 5 and a quarter, 5 and 5 and a quarter, parent, average 5 and a quarter. I've got 500 bid, average 5 and a quarter, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 575, 575, $600, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, half, 6 and a half, 6 and a half, 6 and a half, 675, 675, 675, average 675, 675, 675, average 675, 675, 675, 700, 700, 700, average 700. He's coming over with it. He's coming over with it. 700, average 7. I've got 675 bid. Average 7. 7 phone, average 700, average 7. 7 phone, average 700, average 7. $700. She's pretty looky. 700. Well, thank you anyway. 700, average 700. 700 phone, average 700, average 7. I've got 675 bid. Average 7. 700 phone, average 700, average 7. 700, and it is. Sold $675 all the way up in the bleachers. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, this is it. If you wanted to buy a gun, this is the gun you've all come here to buy. I know it. You've all been waiting for this one for the end. Get your piggy banks out, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the Trump Fight Tommy gun. It is a 16.5-inch barrel. It comes with both a 50-round drum and a 20-round stick. It's graphite black Cerakote finish. And it's got all the bells and whistles, and it says fight on the right side, and it says USA on the left. It's got the fin barrel, the cuts compensator, 2 vertical grips on it. The wood is even engraved on it there, ladies and gentlemen.
I just want to say before we do the last gun, I think Justin Moon went out. Half of the guns, 6 of the guns we had today, Justin donates directly to us at no cost for that money to go out and do its job supporting the Friends of the NRA. So I just want everybody to know that he donates those guns, and every cent that we make on these guns is going back out in the field. So thank you for everybody for doing that, and let's spend a lot of money on this last gun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Mike right there. Everything Justin does for all of us. What's it worth? They're going to be $3,000 for it. Average $3,000 and go. Average 2. Who say $1,000? Let everybody in. 1,000 got 1,100, 1,200, 13, 15, 16, 1,700, 2,000, 2,100. 2,100, 2,100, average 2,100, 2,100, average 2,100, 2,100, average 2,100, 2,100, 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 2, 22, 3, 23, 23, average 23, 3, 31, 31, you're out 31, 31, are you sure 31? 31, I got 3,000 bid. Average 31, 3,100, average 31, 3,100 volt, average 3,100, 3,100 volt, average 3,100, 3,100, average 3,100 volt, average 3,100, 3,100, average 3,100, and it is sold. $3,000 right down front. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. You've been a phenomenal crowd. Give yourselves a round of applause. Again, if you bought a gun, give us about 5 to 8 minutes to get over to the trailer, the Friends of NRA trailer, all the way over to your right when you walk out the front door towards the road. Give us 5 to 8 minutes to get over there and start getting paperwork filled out. We'll see you over there to take care of payments and background checks. Again, thank you all very much. Wonderfully, ladies and gentlemen, you've been a great crowd. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Okay, folks, we're going to give you we're going to give them a minute to get all those pesky guns cleaned up off of the background there. And then we're going to give you the special guest that is shown up on your agenda. So the special guest, I am pretty excited to be able to introduce. Okay, I guess we're going. So, okay, I'm really, really excited to be able to introduce to you the special guest that we've got, because as you know, the big fight that happens in the Second Amendment world happens with these Second Amendment organizations. And you can name them. You can name them the Second Amendment Foundation, Firearms Policy Coalition, Gun Owners of America, and truly the big dog in the fight is the NRA. And so I am absolutely pleased and thrilled that I am on the board of the board of directors of the NRA. And so I get to see this guy leading the board. He is the president of the board. I get to see him argue. I get to see him fight. I get to see him put himself before I get to see him put the mission of the NRA before himself, before his family, he is truly in the trenches, and he is fighting for you and for me and for the Second Amendment. And so join me in welcoming Bill Bockenberg, president of the NRA.
Well, good afternoon. I'm not really sure who Amanda was talking about. I sort of got thrust into this as one of our group of 16 patriots that started a revolution last year with the NRA. So happy to be here, humbled to be here actually. My name's Bill Bockenberg. I live down in the Lehigh Valley, and my wife and I and my boys, twin boys, 17, we own Lehigh Valley Sporting Clays. And we founded Camp Freedom up in Carbondale, Pennsylvania. So how many here are NRA members? Let's show of hands. Okay. Anyone remember when NRA was formed? 1871. Okay, so here's the trick question. And I've got one of the President's Challenge coin here, if anybody can answer this question. During the Civil War, how many shots did the Union soldiers have to fire to hit a Confederate? How many shots did a Union soldier have to fire to hit a Confederate? 60? 6,000? 2? Any more, Ant? 5? 10? Guess what? I'm keeping my coin. 1,000. Official records say there's about 1,000 rounds. And think about it, right? The Confederates grew up on farms, right? The Union soldiers grew up in the city. They didn't have an opportunity to shoot, to target practice. I grew up on a farm, and I went out and shot groundhogs when I was a kid. I had a .22 under the bed and became a fairly good shot. So that's why the NRA was really founded by some Union generals, because the soldiers couldn't shoot. And that was our mission back in 1871, was to teach scientific shooting, is what they called it at that time, scientific shooting. So where are we at today is many of you are aware that the NRA was attacked a couple of years ago by the New York State Attorney General, Letitia James. And she came after the NRA, and the Department of Financial Services in New York also came after us. And why they were coming after us is she ran on a platform to get rid of President Trump as a candidate and put him in jail, and to shut down the NRA. That was what she ran on as a platform. Well, I think the tide's turned. And if we put our own words in her mouth, is no one's above the law, you know, maybe we'll have her behind bars and to get some vindication. So during those days, you know what came out is there was some self-serving things going on at the NRA among senior leadership. all right? You can read that in the court cases, you can read that on social media, but what the board's done now is we started I'll call it not a revolution, but a takeover of the board last year among a group of 16 patriots on the board to convince another group of board members to join us. And we elected a new executive vice president, Doug Hamlin, a former Marine, and he's been with us a year and a half now, helping steer the battleship. I was elected this past year in April as president, and then we had Mark Vaughn as our first vice president out of Oklahoma, and our second vice president, Rocky Marshall's out of Texas. The great news is it's a new NRA, right? We're making up for the last 8 years of sticking our head in the sand because we listened to lawyers, right? President Trump didn't listen to his lawyers. He got out in front of the press and he talked about what the issues were and what was wrong. We listened to our lawyers and we stuck our head in the sand and we let social media run wild. And we now need to correct that. They were really our salvation. Without them promoting what was going on, we wouldn't have had a board takeover. We wouldn't have known what was going on, and we're now moving forward. So you'll hear a term, you read it somewhere in the magazines or on social media called NRA 2.0. That came out, I was elected last year as first vice president. And within 3 weeks, I got a deposition order by the New York Attorney General. Right? No good deed goes unpunished. So I have to go into New York City and do a deposition with the New York Attorney General's lawyers. And then about 5 weeks later, I get the good news that I've got to go testify in front of the judge. And they said, you know, Bill, it's only a half hour, right? And they say for every hour, you got to prep about 10 hours. So did the prep, half hour with the judge. Now, this is just me one-on-one with the judge. There's no jury. And the judge is going to decide whether we get a monitor and whether we're under more scrutiny than what we really needed. And that half hour turned into 2.5 hours. And I felt, you know, I couldn't get in trouble in a half hour, maybe 2.5 hours. And the judge says to me, he says, you know, Mr. Bockenberg, you know, how do we know NRA is not going to go back to its old ways? And I don't know why I said this. I still ponder today, but I said, Your Honor, this is a new NRA 2.0. We've got new compliance rules. We have new whistleblower rules. We have new. So these things couldn't happen again. And he put that in his ruling when he ruled that this is the new NRA 2.0 and called out myself and the second vice president at the time that we wouldn't allow it to go backwards. So that's really where NRA 2.0, it's been a rallying cry for us. And it's really what we stand for going forward for the next 154 years. We realize some of the members are frustrated out there, and your new leadership needs to apologize to you of what happened with the old leadership. I get about 500 emails now since I put my email address in the magazines. We're open to the members. If you have a concern, you want to know what's going on, the email address is in the magazine. Please email me. I read every one. I'm trying to reply to most of them. I can't keep up with them, but I do read every email. And we are taking a lot of things into consideration. We're revamping membership completely. How many feel you don't get enough mail? So we're only going to double that. Just kidding. No, we're going to cut down greatly. We're bringing marketing in-house. We have now our own marketing division being built in-house. We terminated the agreement that we had for the last 30 years with the old marketing company. So we're going to relook at how all the mail goes out, how all the emails go out, how we communicate. And we're going to be much more efficient. And, you know, I said something the other day to a donor. I said, you know what, if you want to make a donation, tell us you're making a donation. We'll take you off the list for a year, and then we'll come back. How many are happy with the Chinese knives, the China knives? I don't see anyone. No? You don't want more China knives? we're changing that too. We're going to do the best we can to get to all U.S.-made products. You know, why are we funding a country that wants to destroy us, right? And in all my emails, I've never got an email that said the reason they joined the NRA was for the gift. So why are we giving gifts away? Let's give you a discount on a hat, a quality hat, and let you pick what hat you want. So we've got a lot of things happening in that regard. We're making changes in our IT group. It's just a new day. ILA, the Institute for Legislative Action, we've got over 60 court cases right now, and cases going to the U.S. Supreme Court. They're very active. During the last 8 years, why we did stick our head in the sand, NRA mothership, ILA was out there fighting. And one of the biggest wins was Bruin against the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association, and that allowed us to have guns outside our doorstep. So we're doing a lot from that perspective. Let's see what else we may have here. So really what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to our focus, our core mission of education and training, clubs and association, competitions, and more youth and women programs, right? We started down that track a good many years ago. We got diverted. The New York State Attorney General did a great job of almost bankrupting us, but we're coming back. And we will be back stronger, bigger, more effective than ever. I have a goal. When I got elected, it was 10 by 30. And everyone's thinking, wow, that's a nice scope. It's 10 million members by 2030. And we can do it. Because right now, if you go to the pollsters, like Zogby and the big pollsters, they say we have between 20 and 30 million gun owners identify as NRA members. And our membership rolls don't show that, but they align with us. And it's interesting, my son was at a ball game a couple of weeks ago wearing his NRA hat. The concession guy there said, hey, nice hat. And you gotta know my son, he's 17 years old, a little outgoing. He says, are you a member? What I've heard over and over again was his response. Nobody invited me. Right? It's not Rotary, it's not the Lions, it's not the Temple, it's the NRA. So maybe what we all need to do is when we're with our friends, you need to invite them to join the new NRA 2.0 and move forward. I'm going to do something a little different right now. I'm going to ask if there's any questions out there, because I can't change things if we're not listening to what our members want and the gun population. Is there any questions? Yes, sir. What's being done to clean up the abuses of LaPierre? He's paid the $4.3 million that the jury found that he owed us. With interest, we got paid, so it was a little over $5 million. Wayne's no longer part of the NRA. The judge barred him for 10 years, but trust me, he's not coming back. Those days are over. A lot of the people that were around him that supported that, they're gone. I do have 5 board members right now that were part of that, and our bylaws don't allow us to really easily get rid of them because you as the members vote them in. So right now, I've got them off of every committee. They're on their own. They don't have any real influence in what we're doing, and we have plenty of votes to vote what we need to do to right the organization. So thank you for that question. Any other questions? Strange question. Yes, we pray before our board meeting, and we pray at the end of our board meetings. You're welcome. Yes, sir. So what I heard was about funding the mental health situation. The research. You know, we are a single focused organization on the Second Amendment, but you're exactly right. It's a huge problem. And, you know, in Pennsylvania here, I think we're down to, 3 mental health hospitals now. So they've cut down all the mental health services. when you report them, nothing's being done. And so what they're trying to do is promote red flag laws as another option there, which we all know what that brings us down. That's slippery slope. There needs to be a lot of work, but I don't want to get too political here. But if you look in the 1960s, most high schools in New York City had rifle ranges in their basements. And the kids carried their .22s on the subway to school every day when they were on the rifle team. And there were no subway shootings, there were no school shootings. So something's changed, and we all know what it was, right? And our school systems, with what they're teaching, is part of the problem. And we've got to bring it back. I was at an event last night, PA Family Institute, and they're doing a lot of great things with the churches, with Bible missions in the schools, and Governor DeSantis was the keynote speaker. And they are so far ahead is they just do what's right for the state, not what the pollsters say, and what they're doing down there. If we could bring that, which we need a great governor here to do that. So next year is going to be critical we get out and vote. So any other questions? Okay, not hearing any, I'll yield my time to our next speaker. So thank you all for coming out.
Thank you. Honestly, folks, I have never seen anyone work as hard as that man works. And just know that I know that the NRA is in really good hands while they're in his hands. So, thank you. Okay, so our next speaker it's actually two. They're going to come up and set up two stools. It's going to be Joshua Phillip and Ivan Raiklin. Yeah, Ivan Raiklin. Sorry, I was so worried that I was going to screw that up that I screwed that up. So Ivan, if Ivan and Joshua could come to the front, we'll get them hooked up with mics, and they can start their part of the program. Do I need to find Ivan?
He was backstage. All right, we'll get Ivan out here and we'll get started. Oh, look at that. Turn my back for a second.
Okay. Bring it in. Anybody on the outside that's getting their coffee, their drinks, their snacks, come on in.
They gave us 15 minutes to talk about how much we like guns. All right, I'm going to start while we're getting started then. My personal take, people say you can't have the First Amendment without the Second Amendment, right? I'll take it even further. You do not have the right to life without the right to self-defense. There is nothing defending your life without the right to self-defense. There is no right to property without self-defense. There's no right to belief without something to defend it. There's no right to truth or anything offensive unless there's something to defend it. Every single element of personal ownership, every single element of defending your family, every single element of defending sovereignty is based on the right of self-defense. And I'll say this too, I think this is a God-given right. And you can look at nature. Every creature, from a bird down to an ant, has a tool of self-defense, God-given. Every single ant has a stinger, it has teeth. Every single dog has claws and teeth. Every cat has claws. You're not going to find a single thing, maybe a worm that doesn't have a tool of self-defense. But even that can hide, right? I think we got people like that, right?
No, it's the enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, that's right.
To enforce the rest of the amendments and the Constitution in its totality.
And so I will say, I really do believe the Founding Fathers understood this. I think they understood that,
wait, real quick. Before we continue, I want to make sure that everybody here is on the same sheet of music. Because I see some folks here, maybe one or two, who has the Second Amendment memorized? Who doesn't?
Only three.
Who here is from foreign media, like yesterday that I spoke with, that probably doesn't even know what we're talking about? Let me read it to you. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, meaning the 13 states, right, at the time, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. There are two components. One component is essentially a state needs to be able to have the ability to defend itself from a tyrannical federal government overreach, right? Remember, the federal government exists because the states allowed it to be created, the state legislatures, the 13 at the origination of the Constitution. And then the second part is it applies to the individual, what you're talking about. The right to bear arms, the right to defend yourself, the right to exist. And when that federal tyrannical government comes into play, you can be there to assist your state or separately from the state, or also reject and repel your own state and federal national government from weaponizing against you. Thank you. And one more point is that I look forward to the day when the federal government, I could care less what political party, comes knocking at my door to try to enforce an unlawful injection into my body or anything else that's violating my rights. Because guess what? I look forward to facing a jury of my peers as that federal or state henchman is being buried by his family.
You know, I like to play a game sometimes with people from other countries. I get asked sometimes by people from, like, you know, China. I debate a lot with the mainland Chinese, right? Because of course, Epic Times, I think we're kind of like we're the free media for the Chinese. They don't let us there. You know, they'll let me go there, but I can't leave. You know what I mean? But, you know, when people ask me, they say, oh, you know, our police don't carry guns. How, you know, Americans, you're killing each other. You know what I do? I say, okay, here's play a game. Raise your hand if your country has not had a genocide in the last 100 years. Oh, just you know.
We just had one with the jab.
Okay, fair enough. That was a little different. But you know what? Yeah, I think several of us understood, and we were able to choose to not do it, and we tried to be right in the end. You know, I do think with that, actually, you know, sometimes you hold out and you say, you're not going to take my sovereignty away. Punish me if you want to. You know, at least in this country, we have the ability to sue them or fight it or, you know, do something back. And I think it's that, again, right to self-defense, whether through legal means or through, you know, personal defense, that we're able to sustain that. You know, I'll say one more thing, too, with, you know, the Second Amendment. People talk about the, you know, the purpose of, you know, of course, I think everybody should have 4 guns. You have your home, you have personal defense, you have home defense, your family, you have the feeding your family gun, and then you have the defending your country gun, right? You should know how to use all 4
One
of
in the
those.
car, one on your person. Primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency in all circumstances, whether it's in your home, traveling, vehicle, you know, whatever other properties you have. But 4.
Yeah, at least 4.
Okay,
Then maybe a few fun guns, you know. You know, and then the ones you accidentally buy during an auction because you can't contain yourself, you know, right? But I will say also, you know, defense is not just active defense. Defense is also passive defense, right? If a robber knows that you got a gun, they might think twice about, you know, robbing you. If a burglar knows you have the big, you know, NRA sign or GOA sign out front, you know, they might be like, you know what, I don't want to try my luck. You know, if a guy's looking for a victim, they're probably going to avoid the guy who can defend himself. They're going to go to the people who can't defend themselves. But I'll also say the same thing exists with tyranny. If a tyrannical system comes into play and they know that people will defend their rights against it, if they step over a certain boundary, they're going to be less likely to do it. And I do believe, actually, that the American system has been defended by the fact that American people just won't go along with a lot of stuff. You know, we're not going to tolerate a lot of stuff. And I think that works really as a type of safeguard of, again, people say the Second Amendment protects all the rest of the amendments. I think that really is true.
Yeah. So the other thing I'll mention is the inherent right to self-defense, right? It pretty much applies in every jurisdiction, right? Even in Washington, D.C., where it's very difficult to, you know, you got to get a concealed carry, thanks to the recent Hallmark, was it the Heller case in Washington, D.C., that allows for concealed carry. But there's so many places where you can't. Well, imagine a time where something happens and you're threatened by, oh, let's just say the newly designated domestic terrorist organization, Antifa, right? I call them it's probably not the more accurate term. You should probably call them the tranny domestic terrorists, right?
They have
the
that one too.
self-mutilators.
Trantifa, they actually have it.
Tranny-Tifa, yeah. So what are you going to do if you're not lawfully, because the district violates your Second Amendment in certain territories in the district from carrying, but you're being overwhelmed? Imagine the day where you actually have trained in your jurisdiction, in your state, where you can actually own, shoot, practice, rehearse, right? Train with guns. Imagine you train and rehearse or train with the weapon systems of the law enforcement officials in that particular jurisdiction. Well, if, for example, they take out one of those law enforcement entities, whether it's a federal or a District of Columbia officer, you're now knowledgeable and can put yourself in the position as an intercessor if your life is in danger to defend yourself and the other officers, etc. You are now a tool of the Second Amendment, if you will, to make sure that the community is safe. Now, I get it. Some people are going to say, oh, my God, he's advocating for something that's uncomfortable to talk about. I'm just telling folks that consider when you prepare yourself and you, like you were saying, if you own a gun and there's stickers, whatever, people will hesitate. If you know how to use the systems of the Second Amendment or tools and implements of the Second Amendment, and people in your community know that, and those that are potentially your transgressors or threat actors know that, it's going to slow them down or probably stop them from actually doing it. And if they know you're serious, that you're like, you know what? Yeah, you know what? It might go into the illegalities of doing that act, but you're going to save your life, and then you get to face the jury of your peers, right? So then it comes down to you as an individual. Do I follow the law and I'm 6 feet under, or do I have to take that risk to survive it and see what the jury pool, even though it's a D.C. or whatever city, liberal cities out there, take your risk? Because let's face it, what happened in New York when, what's that gentleman's name, the Marine? Daniel Penny? What did most people think that did you think that he was going to get convicted because it's a New York jury? No, because there was video of it, right? They saw exactly what was going on. So there are some sane jurors out there, even in the most darkest, worthless parts of this country.
Yeah, well, and that's a good point, too. That sometimes standing up for what are your constitutional rights means you can defend it in the courts. And we actually have seen a lot of that happen. People stand up for their constitutional rights and don't just say, okay, I'm going to go to jail or pay the fine. I'm going to fight it in the courts. Actually often do win. And it might take 10 years, but I think really NRA and GOA, they're waiting for people to bring cases like that. Because
they're here.
Yeah, well, because in reality, the Constitution gives really broad protections on your constitutional rights. The Second Amendment technically shouldn't have any restrictions on it. I mean, if you went by the founding fathers, they'd probably be okay with you having like artillery. You know what I mean? The amount of freedom you technically
Rockets
have.
and tanks in my backyard.
Oh, I'd take a tank any day, man. But my point is with this, they're waiting for cases. And so people standing up for their rights, really, you will be challenged, but you can challenge it. This isn't like you have to fold just because somebody says, keep your head down. You can choose to stand upright and walk freely, and you can challenge things when they try to take back your rights. And on that point too, I really believe that if you don't exercise your rights, you will lose your rights. And you can look at a lot of the world. A lot of rights are taken just through the course of time. It's a slow drip of tyranny. It's one step at a time, one brick in the wall, one little, let's say a grain of sand in the desert. Eventually, might take a long time, might not, but it's going to go away if you don't exercise your rights.
And I'm going to say something like I normally do, very controversial and very uncomfortable. So, First Amendment. What happens when you can't speak? Say, for example, I'm your neighbor. I'm making all this noise and this and that, just acting kind of rowdy, and you don't like that. But you can't communicate that to me. And I continue to do what I'm doing and continue to frustrate you, right? What do normal people do in those circumstances? They lose their cool. And then it continues to escalate. And then what results? Then it results in unlawful violence, right? So when you stifle people's First Amendment and you say it's hate speech, and I'm referring to the current Attorney General that tried to go down that path, what did people do when she did that? Okay, we voted for the guy that appointed you, but we're not going to stand for that. You can't just, because you now have an R by your name or affiliated with one other party that's traditionally in line with defending the Second Amendment, defending the constitutional rights. When you start kind of moseying over into violating the most important, I argue, amendment, the First, then we have to resort to other amendments to make sure that our First Amendment is in place. And some of us we're willing to put it all on the line. And I know a lot of people in this country will do that. Because at the end of the day, there are a lot of people out that are very quiet, passive, rule followers out there, sitting in their corner, eating, just chillaxing in a restaurant, and all of a sudden they see a bully entering the room, and they think, wait, I'm physically here. I'm not going to let that bully this little crowd here. So if the federal government starts to bully American citizens, it's on my watch too. I'm a retired Lieutenant Colonel, Green Beret, constitutional lawyer, got all this pedigree, whatever. At the end of the day, I take that seriously, because if I'm not going to be the one to step in the breach and stop the bully from entering a community, who is? And then all the men out here need to look in the mirror and do the same thing. If you see something, you can say something, but if it doesn't stop after you say something, you have to intercede, okay? And that's going to create risk for you. But guess what? I'll be able to sleep well at night in jail knowing that I stood my ground. And everyone has to make that own decision themselves. We had this discussion earlier that once you reach the point where you're like, you know what, I know what the rules of the game are, I know what the standard is, a lot of other people are not meeting that standard, I'm okay with sitting in prison, because now I'm going to have a lot of time on my hands to completely focus on obliterating those that transgressed and that weaponized against me. So bring it on. And by doing that and knowing that I'm not bluffing, if you want to call my bluff, bring it on. But most people know that I'm not bluffing, and a lot of us in this room are not bluffing because we already proved up the last 4.5 years. And so the next time they try to do this, it's not going to end as easily as it did for them the last time. We will escalate that pushback.
My personal take is I think freedom of speech should be defended with speech. Threats against your life should be defended on
Yes.
that level too. I can tell you someone has been censored quite a bit. I've not gone quiet, maybe sometimes to my detriment, but yeah, he was censored a couple times. I think twice, maybe 3 times. Look, when I interviewed this guy when he was in prison, because he's a J6er. This poor guy right here, come over here, man. This is Jake Lang. I interviewed him in prison for a documentary I did. This man went into solitary confinement for 3 months to give me that interview. So, dude.
Thank you. Yeah. Getting canceled off YouTube's one thing, Being canceled in real life is another, but censorship in any form is antithetical to the American way, and thank you for giving me a voice when I didn't have one. Thank you.
Yeah, he had a big old long beard last time I talked to him.
So you see this guy right here. I think we got to wrap it up, but I want to say this. Sir, you're with what organization? What is it? And you're providing the content to whom? Such as?
Washington Post. It goes to, not the Washington. They buy my photos. It's like
Okay.
AP, Reuters,
So, abhorrent press, AP, Reuters, right? So basically what I'm getting at here is, you notice that he only comes up when there's the narrative that they try to convince everyone of, oh, insurrectionist, right? So they're perpetuating that. I just want you to notate. When I'm out and about, that's what I notice, right? So keep an eye on things like that. They're just there to perpetuate the false narrative, okay? So I know that. But you start to move and shake when things like that, when a Jake Lang comes up and you try to discredit us. And that's fine, because no one trusts you. But please continue. What?
He knows it
Yeah. So anyway, no, I mean, continue to do your First Amendment activity. But we got to, I think, close this panel. 15 minutes. You got any parting words?
My
Josh?
only stance is, again, I personally believe that as good people, you don't become the adversary, right? If they challenge your free speech, defend it on the grounds of free speech. Being able to defend yourself, I think, is also a God-given right, that if it escalates to that point, I mean, you can look at countries like Mexico and countries like Brazil that have some of the toughest gun laws in the world, and you look at who has the guns, it's not law-abiding citizens, it's people who violate the law. There are countries that become ganglands. There are countries where you have guys, 20
Chicago.
guys. Yeah, you have countries where 20 guys in pickup trucks can launch a full-scale genocide because people can't defend themselves. I do believe that there are safeguards to this. Free speech, again, defends speech. Religion defends, religious debate defends that. Threats against life are defended with the Second Amendment. And I really believe that these are in place and should be defended.
And I'll close with this. I was working in the National Guard Bureau during Hurricane Katrina, Louisiana, right? And then I also was in Texas working during Hurricane Harvey. What's the difference between those two jurisdictions and how lawlessness developed? In Louisiana, you didn't have much Second Amendment carrying individuals. So what happened? Total lawlessness, chaos, looting. When I served in the Texas National Guard during Hurricane Harvey, there was never a single incident because every single household has probably a minimum of 4 guns. Were they used? No. Would they have been used? Yes. And the reason why they weren't used is because any potential looter was like, yeah, probably shouldn't try my luck. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so as he's resetting, I want to introduce you to Sook Smith Fennell. And listen to this. It is gun rights are women's rights. You may notice that we are tender and delicate like a flower. And so sometimes a gun levels the playing field. So come on down. Tender and delicate like a flower.
Yeah, right. Good afternoon, warriors for freedom. My name is Sook Fennell, and I have the incredible honor of leading Empowered 2A, the Women's Coalition for Gun Owners of America. We are here today not just as spectators of the Second Amendment movement, but as leaders, as mothers, as daughters, and as defenders of freedom. Let me start with something the media doesn't like to talk about. Women are now the fastest growing demographic of gun owners in America. In fact, nearly half of all new gun buyers in the last few years have been women. That's millions of women, many of them first-time buyers, choosing to take responsibility for their own safety and their family's protection. And they're not waiting for permission. And they're not waiting to be rescued. They're realizing what we at Empower 2A already know to be true. The Second Amendment is the ultimate equalizer. We launched Empower 2A to build on that momentum to give women a voice in the fight for our God-given rights. Our mission is simple. Empower 2A is a coalition of women united by a shared commitment to the rights and responsibilities of the Second Amendment. Through education, advocacy, and leadership, we equip women to confidently stand for freedom today and secure liberty for the next generation. And our vision? An America where women lead with courage in defense of the Second Amendment, standing confident in their rights, committed to their responsibilities, and united to protect one another in the enduring pursuit of liberty and justice. That is who we are. That is what we believe. And that is what we are doing right now. Let's be honest. The world today is not getting any safer. Crime is on the rise. Institutions are failing. And our government wants to disarm us while we're doing little to do in protecting ourselves. And here's the truth. We are not victims. We don't need the government to tell us how to protect ourselves. We don't need to be told that our rights are dangerous. We don't need to be lectured by elites who live behind gates and armed security. We are smart. We are capable. And with proper training, education, and confidence, we are empowered. At Empowered 2A, we believe the most powerful thing a woman can do is take ownership of her rights and safety and her future. That's why we host workshops, training events, and webinars that help women understand not only how to use a firearm, but how to be a voice for liberty in their homes, their communities, and even in the legislature. Because this fight doesn't just belong to men. It belongs to all of us. And let me say this to the women in the audience. We need you. Your story, your courage, and your voice are vital in this movement. Now is the time to rise, not just as gun owners, but as leaders. Whether you're new to firearms or a seasoned defender of the Second Amendment, we have a place for you. We will walk with you, train with you, and stand with you. Together, we can ensure that the next generation of American women inherits not just our freedom, but our fierce determination to protect them. Gun rights are women's rights. Thank you. God bless you, and may God continue to bless this great nation.
Okay, I'd like the video to be run.
Good evening, everybody. My name is General Mike Flynn, and I want to send my absolute best regards to my fellow patriots, Americans, freedom-loving friends at Goals 2025, right? That's the summit that you're at here this evening. So I wish I could be there with you in the great state of Tennessee and helping you achieve the objectives, but I know you're going to still have a great event, and I'm just FYI, I'm still traveling and unable to be there tonight, so I'm there with you definitely in spirit. I know that much will be accomplished to advance the mission that we all have, and that's to protect our Second Amendment. The most crucial of our God-given rights in a free nation is that. I mean, I think everybody understands how important keeping the Second Amendment is. It's the only right that the framers of our Constitution said was absolutely necessary to the security of a free state. Those are in quotes. Necessary to the security of a free state. So important. Like millions of Americans, I am grateful for the gun owners of America, all of you here tonight, for the strength and courage that you bring to the fight for liberty every single day. Not only for our cherished right to bear arms, but for all our God-given freedoms. I mean, every single one of them. I speak from firsthand experience. My nonprofit organization, America's Future, and GOA, Gun Owners of America, work closely in court, preserving our constitutional rights. Together, our legal team has filed dozens of state and federal amicus briefs over the past several years. I can tell you in the last 6 months, we've been incredibly successful at both appeals and primarily at the Supreme Court. So this effort is not just limited to fighting the lawfare that we face in our country, but also to protect our sacred Second Amendment. In fact, just this week, our teams worked together in a Fourth Amendment Supreme Court case called Case versus Montana to prevent states from breaking into your home to grab your guns. Yep, imagine that. Even in this, era of 2025, we are still facing that threat. I'm proud to be working with Gun Owners of America on a daily basis. Gun Owners of America has no, as Thomas Paine said, summer soldiers or sunshine patriots, and neither does America's future. Trust me, I'm never going to give up our rights, and I'm never going to stop fighting for our rights. To all the leftists, the thugs, and the thieves who think they can beat us to the ground, we will say no, we will never surrender. We will never give up our guns, our liberty, our homes, our beloved America, or our destiny. God bless all of you. Stay strong in your faith, your love for your families, and our great nation, the greatest nation in world history. The future is ours. Keep up the fight and know that I am with you all the way on the front line of the battles and many, many battles that we have ahead of us. And I will hopefully run into many of you over the course of this coming year in different events where we're fighting for our God-given liberties and our rights. Thank you all. God bless you all, and may God bless America. And enjoy the evening and have a great event.
So that's a voice that we know and love. I'd like to introduce now the State Director, Val Fennell of Gun. He's the State Director of Gun Owners of America. Dr. Val?
All right. Good afternoon, Patriots. How are you? All right. General Flynn, right? Let's hear it for him, right? So I'm Val Fennell, Pennsylvania Director for Gun Owners of America, and I want to thank each and every one of you for being here this weekend at the Rod of Iron Freedom Festival, where freedom isn't just a word, it's a way of life, right? And I also want to thank the organizers of the festival for being such strong supporters of GOA. We've been at the Rod of Iron Freedom Festival since its inception in 2019, and we're not going anywhere. And I remember being in this very room not 4 years ago, conducting one of our confrontational politics seminars where we trained dozens of activists in this area about our method of politics. So we're gathering here this weekend not just to celebrate our God-given rights, but to pledge once again that we will never surrender them, not to the politicians, not to the bureaucrats, not to the anti-gun radicals who would rather see criminals armed than law-abiding citizens like you and me. Now, for those of you who might not know about GOA or be new to us, let me give you a quick overview. So GOA was founded in 1976 and has grown into one of the most effective and uncompromising gun rights organizations in America. We don't believe in watered-down compromises or playing nice with gun grabbers. We believe, yes, we believe in shall not be infringed, and in Pennsylvania, shall not be questioned, period. End of story. We're backed by over 2 million members and supporters nationwide. Here in Pennsylvania, our grassroots army is growing stronger every single day, thanks to patriots like you. You can learn more about us on our website, and you know where it is, gunowners.org. We got one for Pennsylvania too, pennsylvania.gunowners.org. But today, let's talk about what we've done, what we're doing, and what's next in this fight for liberty. So let's start with the victories, because the fight has been tough, but friends, we've been winning. First, let me tell you about something GOA did that nobody else in the gun rights world was doing at this level. In conjunction with our friends at Hunter Nation, we ran a massive social media campaign last year to mobilize hunters, the silent majority of pro-gun Americans in the key battleground states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Minnesota. And the Pennsylvania GOA team organized this. Thousands of hunters saw our message to get out to vote. Together, we helped defeat Kamala Harris and her anti-gun machine before she could ever think about entering the White House. And guess what? Our work right here in Pennsylvania was recognized nationally. GOA received a 2025 Polly Award from the American Association of Political Consultants for Best Social Media Campaign. So that's GOA, fighting smart, fighting hard, and winning. So second, here's a victory that directly affects your right to carry. So under former AG Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania unilaterally revoked concealed carry reciprocity with Virginia. Over 700,000 law-abiding Virginians were disarmed while traveling here. So GOA, along with our legal counsel, met personally with Attorney General Dave Sunday, and we asked him to reverse that unconstitutional Shapiro-era policy. We also worked hard hand in hand with our brothers and sisters at the Virginia Citizens Defense League. I was the first president of that organization. And guess what? We won again. AG Dave Sunday reestablished the agreement, and reciprocity is back with Virginia. That's 718,000 more good guys now free to carry in the Keystone State. So third, let's talk about what happened in Pennsylvania just a couple of weeks ago. Despite an anti-gun Democratic majority, GOA and our grassroots supporters helped defeat 3 out of 4 anti-gun bills that came up this year for a vote, just a couple of weeks ago. We defeated red flag gun confiscation orders. We defeated a bill to ban undetectable firearms. And also, we defeated a ban on devices that could simulate automatic fire. So even with the odds stacked against us, you, the GOA Grassroots Army, helped stop these unconstitutional attacks on our rights. Now, yes, one bill did squeak through, the so-called Universal Registration Checks bill. And I say registration because when you make every gun sale go through the government, the only possible result in the end is a gun registry. The bad news is that 5 anti-gun Republicans from Southeast PA betrayed us and sided with the Democrats. But here's the good news. House Bill 1593 is dead on arrival in the PA Senate if we do our job. GOA is already putting pressure on key Pennsylvania senators. We're laser focused on Senator Lisa Baker, who chairs the Judiciary Committee and represents the district where we are assembled right now. And we're making it clear to her that this bill should never see the light of day. So what's next? Well, we're not sitting still. If anything, we're turning up the heat on politicians. And as we like to say at GOA, we like to quote Senator Everett Dirksen. He said this, "When I feel the heat, I see the light." So, number one, we're demanding that the PA Senate run constitutional carry and a bill to strengthen Pennsylvania firearms preemption law. If the anti-gun House Democrats can ram through their agenda, the Republican-controlled Senate can and must do the same for our rights. The best defense is always a good offense, and GOA is here to help them remember that. Number two, we're backing 2 solid pro-gun judicial candidates this fall. You've seen the signs right outside here. Matt Wolford for Commonwealth Court and Maria Batista for Superior Court. Gun owners cannot afford to sit out judicial elections. Every time a gun control bill gets passed, guess what? Any lawsuit is filed, where does it end up? It ends up in court. And if that court is comprised of anti-gun Democrats, then we are sure to lose. By electing constitutionalist judges, we can ensure that liberty is defended in the halls of justice. So we need judges who understand that the Constitution is not a list of suggestions. It's the supreme law of the land, and the Second Amendment, or Article 1, Section 21 rights in Pennsylvania, are not up for negotiation. And Matt Wolford and Maria Batista both get that. Number 3, we're gearing up for 2026. Big year, right? It's a big election year. So we are going to try flip the PA House back to a pro-gun majority, expand that pro-gun majority in the Pennsylvania Senate, and defeat Governor Josh Shapiro. Let me remind you, 4 years ago, GOA was the only, I'm going to say it again for emphasis, only national gun rights organization to support the Republican candidate for governor. We're not afraid to get in the fight, and this time we are going all in. Josh Shapiro is anti-gun to his core, and if we let him stay in office, he will sign every gun control bill that the Pennsylvania General Assembly sends to his desk. That's a threat we cannot ignore. So friends, Pennsylvania is only one election away from becoming New York or New Jersey. That's why we all need to make our voices heard in Harrisburg and in Washington, D.C. by contacting our elected representatives and to get involved in elections. Gun Owners of America, fortunately, makes this very easy for you to do with our email alert system. I cannot stress to you how many comments I hear in Harrisburg about the emails sent from GOA members. They are making a difference, and they get our bills moving, and they certainly help enormously to kill any anti-gun legislation. But for it to work, you must sign up and get others involved. It really all comes down to you and your willingness to engage each time GOA sends out an alert. And it goes back to you being a part of the grassroots army GOA is building across Pennsylvania. We need you and all gun owners as new recruits. It's time for everyone to wake up and start taking action to protect our rights in the Keystone State. Are you with me on that? We're going to do that, right? Are you committed today to get gun owners involved in local elections? Yes, right? I knew I could count on you, especially this audience, right? The information is right here for you, right? So come by to our GOA table, join or renew your membership, get on our email list if you're not already on it, plug into our Facebook page, and then, hey, let's get to work. And I can promise you, GOA will never make backroom deals, cover for anti-gun votes from Republicans, and sell out your God-given rights to maintain access inside the Harrisburg swamp. Not now, not ever. Together, we can drive back the freedom, drive back the forces of socialism that will destroy our American birthright, but only if we are dedicated and steadfast to that mission. In conclusion, and I love to end with this because it's so good, I leave you with this quote from Pennsylvania founding father Tench Coxe. Here's what he said. The militia of these free commonwealths, entitled and accustomed to their arms, when compared with any possible army, must be tremendous and irresistible. Who are the militia? Are they not ourselves? It is feared, then, that we shall turn our arms each man against his own bosom. Congress have no power to disarm the militia. Their swords and every other terrible implement of the soldier are the birthright of an American. The unlimited power of the sword is not in the hands of either the federal or state governments, but where I trust it will ever remain, in the hands of the people. Thank you. Let's keep fighting and move to victory in 2026. God bless you. God bless America and Pennsylvania.
Well, it was very fitting that he starts his speech with how we're winning, because now I've switched roles from the MC of the program for the morning to giving my speech. And I want to talk to you about where the Second Amendment is. And if somebody says, where are we with the Second Amendment? Where are we with guns and politics? Where are we in the United States with this? Because it looks like they are attacking us from the left, from the right, from the center. And I'm going to say that the answer to that is we are winning. And we truly are winning. And I don't know if you guys feel that win, feel the burn from that win that I feel. Are you listening to the news, and are you listening to them scream and gnash their teeth? Are you listening to states try to pass more regulations and things within the state? It's because on a national level, we are peeling these gun laws apart, one right after another. So how many of you guys have heard of Heller versus DC? Okay, so 2008, it was a decision that came out that said that you actually have a right to have a gun in your house to defend your house. Right before that, think about it. The Second Amendment was written in 1791. And the Supreme Court didn't have to determine and didn't have to gauge or didn't have to measure or didn't have to comment on the Second Amendment in our homes until 2008. That was a really long time that we didn't have any Supreme Court decisions that really came out to affect us. Then there was a gap, but we had McDonald, we had Ezell, we had a couple of different ones, but the next big one is, have you heard of the Bruen decision? So it is New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruen. And the Bruen decision, honestly, is a bigger court decision than Heller could ever think about being. And I want to tell you a couple pieces of it, because this way, when you hear the news and when you hear them talking about stuff, you'll be like, oh, that's what they meant. So I want to give you a couple dates. And I know data and dates and but this is really, really big. So in the decision of Bruen, they said, the Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas specifically, said that any decision, that anything that they have put together, any law and any regulation, any restriction that they have put together that was not in place in history, text, or tradition in 1791 is not lawful. Okay, 1791. If it wasn't in place, it's not lawful. So think about that. Anybody want to tell me when we got the NFA? 1934. 1791, 1934. Guess what? That means the NFA and all of its pieces are in play. When did we get the ATF? 1968. So we got the ATF in 1968. We got serialization so that every unique gun needs a unique identifier. That was in 1968. When did they start to restrict machine guns? When did they start the tax stamp with the NFA? Do you remember? That was not, well, 1934 is when they started with the tax stamp, says $200 tax stamp. Then what did they do in 1986? Then they made it to where only law enforcement could have any new machine gun manufactured. So they stopped manufacturing them. So they said whatever they made up till 1986 you could have. If you paid your tax, you could have it, but otherwise you couldn't have it. Then they had the 1994, the Clinton gun ban, when they tried to go after magazine capacities and ARs and black rifles and all kinds of stuff. That was the first place where we got some hope because it peeled back in 10 years. But I want you to think right now about the fact that the NFA was 1934, the ATF was 1968, machine gun ban manufacturing was 1986, the Clinton gun ban was 1994. None of those are 1791. So which means that right now there are court cases coming from all different directions going to the Supreme Court and saying, we are challenging this and we're challenging that. We're challenging the other. So how many of you guys watched what was happening with the one big, beautiful bill and the short-barreled rifles, shotguns, and suppressors? Anybody in the room tell me what happened? They got rid of the tax. So they still made it to where you still have to fill out the paperwork, but they got rid of the $200 tax. What a lot of us have not realized was that when they first put that tax stamp in place, they were like, it's a fine. And they said, no, we've determined it's a tax. So what they've just done, they've just played all of the restrictors, the gun takers, the anti-gun groups. Because what they did was they just made a tax $0 that's a tax. So how can you have a tax that's nothing? Right? So immediately thereafter, as soon as the one big beautiful bill rolls into effect, January 1, they will file suit to say you can't have a tax of $0. So you can't do paperwork to have a tax of $0. So they're going to challenge that. They are going to pull suppressors, short-barreled rifles, and short-barreled shotguns out of the NFA. That's going to be the end result of the moves and the manipulations of the one big beautiful bill. I mean, so it's very strategic, but it's happening. They just said just the other day that there is a court case that the Supreme Court is going to take because the Supreme Court decides in October what they're taking that they'll hear and listen to and then give us the answers in June. So it's a whole year cycle. So they just said that there's a Hawaiian bill or a Hawaiian law that has been challenged, lawsuit, that says that when they write the restrictions for sensitive places and say you can't have this gun because it's a sensitive place, you can't take it to the bank, or you can't take it to the church, or you can't take it to the gas station, or you can't take it to somebody who's got purple trim on their white house, whatever the heck crazy rule they write. So it's being challenged at the Supreme Court level. And so Hawaii is challenging that. They're also challenging 18 to 20-year-olds, and it looks as if that case is going to go to the Supreme Court. So think about how we're winning. What's happening is we now have the tools to just keep peeling back these laws that from 1934 to 1994, they just kept piling them on, and we would say, thank you, government, may we have another. And now we're like, we're done. We are done with you. We are done with this. We are winning, and we are peeling this back one lawsuit at a time, one right at a time, and truly, we are winning. So what happens is visually, I want you to think about this like this. There's states, there are some anti-gun states, there's free America, and then there's some of the other states, those poor, unfortunate saps who live in those states. But those states are trying to pass more laws because they know that the federal government is rolling over and they're being peeled back. So those laws will also then be deemed unconstitutional because it's a battle of states' rights versus federal rights. But since you can't have states' rights on something that's in the Constitution, then this stuff can all be challenged and it can all be peeled back. So what does that mean to us? That means is we're winning. Even though the news isn't telling you that, we're winning. And we're winning this case, we're winning that case, we're winning the other case. It's happening all over. What is coming next? I believe that we will have a full national concealed carry, constitutional carry in the United States in the next 2 to 3 years. So it will be one of those things where you've got a license in some state and it is good in all the other states. So that is what is coming our way. They hate it. They absolutely hate it, but it is coming. So keep in mind, as much as it seems like they're coming after us, it's because they're little dogs nipping at our heels because they can't send the big dogs after us anymore. The big dogs are losing. So today came over the news that a judge just ruled that the United States Post Office and their ban on having a private individual be able to ship a gun using the USPS, U.S. Postal Service, to back to the gun manufacturer or to your gunsmith or somewhere, they've ruled that as unconstitutional because they were penalizing us and punishing us. If you wanted to ship a gun somewhere, you had to use the overnight express things. So you couldn't ship a gun if the post office charged $10, it's going to cost you $50. There's all these fines and penalties that they have gone after us with, nickel and diming us everywhere because we want to be free Americans. And we now are going after them one court case at a time, another court case at a time. So Val was here talking about being a member of Gun Owners of America. I'm going to say to you, I just joined Gun Owners of America, but I'm going to say to you, be a member of the NRA, be a member of the Second Amendment Foundation, be a member of Gun Owners of America, and be a member of your state gun rights organization. These are the groups that are now working in partnership. They are talking to one another. They are strategizing and plotting to work so that there is a single case and so that they are really magnifying the amount of effort that is happening in the United States. So we are winning. We are winning. We are winning. If you walk away with anything out of this at all, I want you to just keep saying, we are winning, they are going down, our Second Amendment is going to stand, and we are not going to play anymore with allowing them to take away our rights. Do you guys know the Second Amendment? A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And damn it, we are going to make sure that it is not infringed on our watch. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for standing strong with it too. We're going to now, okay, wait. I'm stepping up as the MC. Now I'm going to introduce a video from Mark Walters. He was not able to be here with us today, but I'm sure that it is riveting. I didn't see it yet, so we'll watch it together.
Hi, guys. Welcome inside the Armed American Radio Studios with me, Mark Walters here. I want to apologize for not being able to be there with you personally today. We had a milestone in my house this past week. My son just turned 21, and I made a promise and a commitment to him a number of years ago that when he did turn 21, I would take him to Key West, Florida for a few days. So Dad and son are spending a few days in Key West, and as you watch this video, I'm actually on a flight back right now. So I apologize for not being able to be there, but I thank you for the opportunity to be able here to give you a message. And guys, what I want to impart to you is we had an incident here in Georgia involving my daughter a few days ago, less than a week ago, when my 22-year-old daughter, beautiful daughter, Lindsay, and her friend, Mariella, were enjoying dinner together at a Chipotle restaurant here in the county that I live in, which happens to be the single most conservative county in the state of Georgia, and that's just not my opinion. That's based on voter rolls. And the left, ladies and gentlemen, are everywhere. During their sit-down at dinner, they were accosted verbally by a very large male who began calling them fascists and accusing them of just parroting what their parents think for supporting Trump, simply because he was doing this publicly, loudly, right smack in the middle of a Chipotle restaurant, simply because my daughter was wearing a Trump sweatshirt. Guys, these are dangerous people. And they're out there. They're among us. We are not protected by our gates that surround our communities. We're not protected because we live in conservative areas. These people, like this beta male, loser, scumbag, coward, who picked on two beautiful young women. Now, I want you to think about that for a second, because it's very telling as to where we are in this country. He likely wouldn't have done that if Dad were present. Now, the machismo in me, has me saying, boy, it's too bad Dad wasn't there. Well, my daughter's friend, these kids nowadays can think and their phones will begin to record, right? And my daughter's friend, Mariella, caught the last 15 to 20 seconds of this encounter on video. Now, I posted that video up on my Twitter account if you want to watch it, at AARMark. You can go to Twitter at AARMark, X, whatever you want to call it, and watch that video. Many, many thousands of people have seen it, including a couple of large news outlets that contacted us just yesterday. They will be running the story, and I'll keep you advised of that on Armed American Radio when it hits. But it's getting some legs out there, and that's a great thing. But the message is this, folks. These people hate you, and it's safe to say in today's day and age that they want us dead. They've made that very clear. I don't think I need to remind anybody sitting at this event of what's happened over the last few weeks in this country with the political violence from the left. So my message is, please stand up for your convictions. Don't be afraid to wear a Trump shirt out in public. It's how we win the battle. But at the same time, you've got to be safe about this. So make sure that you're very well aware of your surroundings. Make sure that you understand that evil is real, that it exists. And if I can leave you with this, the left has lost their collective ever-loving minds in this country, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know where they go from here, but just when you think they can't go lower, they find a way to dig the hole even deeper, don't they? They've got 3.2 years left of Donald Trump. Look at where they are today, and only imagine what they're capable of over the next 3.5 years of a Donald Trump administration. Now, like you, like me, I'm sure you pray for Donald Trump and his safety every single day. I do. And I pray for all of our safety every single day. But the message is this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you about the Second Amendment. You all know what it means. We all know shall not be infringed. It's tattooed right here on my arm, for crying out loud. I literally wear it on my sleeve, and everybody in this room is very well aware of what it means. This is the last bastion of freedom on earth, ladies and gentlemen. We have to be willing to protect it and defend it from these lunatic scumbags who want to take it away from us and destroy it and kill us in the process. And here's my upbeat part of this message. We will win. We will defeat them because we have to. And I know you guys all get it. So thanks for allowing me the opportunity today. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in public. Stay safe out there. Stay well armed. Stay well trained. Enjoy the weekend, and I'll see each and every one of you on the radio.
All right, so how about Mark Walters? Was he right when he said that the radical left hates you? We see that in this world now. Next up, we have Jim Stoker. Jim Stoker is the president of Firearm Owners Against Crime, Institute for Legal, Legislative, and Educational Action. His background includes being a licensed federal firearms dealer, a sergeant with the Scott Township Police Department, a U.S. Air Force veteran, and an advocate for constitutional rights. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Stoker.
Bring us down for us shorter people. So they make my life very difficult here. Again, my name is Jim Stoker. I'm with Firearms Owners Against Crime Institute, FOAC. Some of you might not have heard of us. We wrote Castle Doctrine for Pennsylvania. The Bill Peduto AR-15 ban in the city of Pittsburgh. It was our group that stopped it. So when you heard Amanda up here speaking, and Bill and Val and Suk, and they talk about, they're all at the national level, right? Those are big organizations, NRA, GOA, national level stuff. FOAC is Pennsylvania only. We're your Pennsylvania only Second Amendment organization. Why is that important to you? Well, I can't even write my speech to know what I'm going to talk to you about until I show up today and I hear what Suk has to say and I hear what Val have to say. I'm not going to repeat the same argument and the same points that they've already made with you, because then we're just beating the horse, right? We're kicking the same drum. So the idea that we're here to talk about is Article 1, Section 21 of Pennsylvania, is that a right of the citizen to bear arms in defense of themselves and the state shall not be questioned. Now, what sounds stronger than you? Shall not be infringed or shall not be questioned? Well, questioned by a long shot, right? Not only shall we not infringe upon it, we won't talk about it. And the problem here is we're talking about it. We're talking about it nonstop, in fact. You heard Val come up and talk about 1593, which is, they call it universal background checks. We call it mandatory firearms registry. And that is something that they were able to push through the House successfully. There's a lot of political chess that gets played there. And you've got these, the larger organizations such as GOA and such as the NRA that are engaged in the fight. And then you've got us at a state level. And where we sometimes bring a little bit of a different angle to this is when I go to the state House or I go to the leadership in the Senate, I'm coming to them not only as a state resident, but we're all born and raised here, right? And our families are all here and they all vote. So they understand that we have a very broad reach in Pennsylvania. So you'd be shocked how much influence a small organization can have in this state. And years ago, some of these organizations, we didn't get along very well. We maybe had different objectives where you had the state organization, you had your federal, your national organizations, and we maybe saw different values in how we approach things. Well, that's been changing in recent years. And the reason why it's changing is the courts have started to side with us, as Amanda said. The courts are starting to see that these are blatant violations. So what you end up having happen is, Suk and I talk, or Val and I talk, or Bill Backenberg, or Darren Goins, who's not here, the NRA reps, all these different organizations, and we've started to put our thoughts together, and we start to work together on these issues, and we've had a lot of success. So what I'm going to do is, instead of going over the same topics that they've discussed, talk about universal background checks for a minute. Why is that a threat to us? Why does that matter? Why would we be concerned? Because there are people out there on the gun rights side of the issue that believe universal background checks could be a good thing. What they're missing is the whole purpose of universal background checks is to create this gun registry. It's to make a statewide registry in Pennsylvania that records every firearm transaction that we have. And we know this because most of you are familiar with the record of sale here in Pennsylvania. When you buy a handgun, you fill out a record of sale. Why do they need to know where you work? Why is it that when we do a background check to pick up a firearm, why do they need to know where you work? Anybody have any ideas on that? Why would they care where you work? Is it necessary for your Second Amendment right? What do you think? So they can harass you, so they can find you to arrest you. That's the only reason. There's no other reason to know where you work. Now, I've been a cop for 30 years. I retired from law enforcement, and I do advocacy for the Second Amendment nonstop here in Pennsylvania. But does that strike anybody as kind of odd? Did you notice that on your license to carry form, they used to ask for 2 references to fill out your license to carry? Why do they need references? Does somebody else in your community get to decide if you get to exercise your Second Amendment right? Should they? You know, it was illegal for them to ask for references for 30 years. They've never been allowed to ask that question. And yet most of you, when you filled out your license to carry, what did you do? You filled out those boxes because they told you you had to. So we took that fight up a couple years ago, and we were able to change the form. Now when you go to renew your license to carry, the most they would give us is it says optional. We can't sue them if they ask for optional information, which is how that happened. The delayed in the background check system, when you tried to buy a firearm during COVID, you had, a 3 or 4 hour wait, maybe a 7 or 15 hour wait. Some shops were telling you to come back the next day. Well, guess what we had to do to stop that? What happened when Governor Wolf came out and during COVID shut down all the gun stores? Anybody remember that? Yeah, we had to file a lawsuit to get that reversed as well. And then the same man turned around a few weeks later and turned around and said, hey, you can carry on an expired license for up to 6 months. I'm doing that as a favor for you to help deal with COVID. Well, ironically, that was already our state law here. It was already the law that you could carry on an expired license to carry for 6 months. But what did you have? You had a governor stand up and do us a favor. And this is part of the problem. So our role as a state organization is to get those of you here in Pennsylvania engaged in the fight in Pennsylvania. We deal with our statutes and our statutes alone. We deal with our legislators and our legislators alone. And it makes a big difference because I can't go up on the national scale. That's not my role. My role is Pennsylvania only. My role is to make sure we reinforce with you the Article 1, Section 21 rights that you have here in Pennsylvania. And that becomes a very large topic for us. So anybody have any questions for me about state rights, about issues that are happening here in Pennsylvania? Because I'll tell you one thing right now that most of you don't know. When Val stood up here and said that we are this close to becoming New Jersey, New York, California, we're talking about 2 senators. Are you aware of that? Lisa Baker, your state senator here, is in that office because of my organization. She belongs there. We promoted her for that, and you folks voted for her, and you should. That's how we know that 1593 is dead in the Senate. She will not take that to the floor. It'll never make it out of committee. Because you have Second Amendment people that influence these legislators. They know that's what's keeping them in those offices. So it's important that you understand that. 1593, how could that be used against us? Well, if you have to transfer, this is a 4-step process. A lot of folks don't understand this. Gun registration is a 4-step process. The first is universal background checks. If I want to give my neighbor a shotgun to loan their kid to go hunting or sporting clay shooting, I can't do that anymore with universal background checks. I have to go to a dealer and I have to pay for that transaction to occur. Does that sound Second Amendment to you? I have to pay a dealer for the right to loan a firearm to my neighbor? This is where universal background checks start. The second step, another bill they just put out, 1891, it's called Modernizing Records of Firearm Sales. There's cops getting behind this. They think, oh, we're going to modernize records of firearm sales. What are records of firearm sales? What's that sound like to you? It's a registry. That's 100% what it is. We sued the state over it years ago, and we lost because our Supreme Court, 5 Democrats to 2 Republicans, voted that a record of every handgun sale is not a registry. Does that make sense to anybody? So we know politics got involved in that, right? And that's why when we're talking about the elections coming up for judges, who do we retain as judges? Who do we not retain? I would encourage you not to retain the 3 Democrat Supreme Court justices that are up for retention this year. We would speak against that because those folks felt that wasn't a registry. So if we have universal background checks where you have to do a background check to get a firearm, and then the next step is modernizing records of firearm sales, what are we doing? We're making it electronic, which means the information is instant. The next step will be prohibiting interfamily transactions. Right now, you can give a firearm from a grandparent to a parent to a child to a grandchild. That'll go out the door next. And then shortly after that will be a mandatory record of sale on every transfer, meaning long guns included. That creates a whole and 100% firearm registry in Pennsylvania. This is already aware. This already happened in several other states. So we know what's coming. So we have to fight this every step of the way. We can't give in on even just one portion of this. Does everybody follow me? Is that getting a little too in-depth on the state laws, right? Anybody have any questions for me about what's happening in the state, why we're at risk? We are 2 senators away from becoming California. Does anybody want that? No. There's a couple of young ladies outside that stopped and visited me this morning in our booth from California. And they said, boy, how nice you have it here. Pennsylvania is not the gun-free state everybody thinks it is. We have a lot of restrictions here that we need to get reversed. And that's where we talk to the Vals and the Sukes and the Amandas and the Bills, and we get everybody working on the same page to make that happen. So hopefully you can see why that would be important. Hopefully you understand why there's a need for a state organization, a group like us that comes in here. We're all grassroots. We're all volunteered. We have no paid employees. I actually travel the state teaching seminars, gun rights, concealed carry seminars for your state representatives, things of that. And we're all funded by folks like you. So if you get a moment, look us up. We're 2apa.org. That's 2apa.org. Make sure you join your state organizations, join your national organizations. Sometimes it's not even that $30 membership due. Our lawsuit against Bill Peduto in the city of Pittsburgh cost me $120,000. Do you think we paid that with our $30 membership fee? No. So we need these types of events. We come out, we do fundraising. Get involved, get engaged. If you have any questions, if you're worried about what's happening at the state, I will be out here for the rest of the afternoon. We're the last 10 on the right coming down the side. Make sure you stop out and visit. Make sure you get engaged in the fight. 2 or 3 years ago, I stood up here and I said, look, we've got a train. We've got a train fighting for the Second Amendment, and nothing's going to stop that train, but we need folks like you to get on it and give it some weight. So my name is Jim Stoker. I'm with FOAC. Thanks for your time.
Let's give it up another round of applause for Jim there. Next up, we have Stephen Williford. Stephen Williford serves as the Grassroots and Industry Liaison for Gun Owners of America, GOA. Pro 2A, right? Are we 2A here at the Freedom Festival, right? Give it up for the Second Amendment. So Stephen travels across the country to advocate for Second Amendment rights and train churches. That's awesome. Train churches to establish safety response teams. He credits his faith and preparedness for his actions during an incident in 2017 when he confronted an injured a mass shooter at the First Baptist Church outside his home, emphasizing the importance of armed citizens in stopping these threats. Give it up for Stephen Williford.
Thank you guys so much. I'm sorry, I'm short. I just wanted to talk and say a few words today. I wanted to talk about, first, Sutherland Springs cannot define who I am. Our Second Amendment allowed me to grab an AR-15 and confront a shooter that had an AR-15, multiple guns, Class 3 body armor, and a ballistic bulletproof helmet. Had I ran outside with anything other than an AR-15, I probably would have failed and be counted amongst the dead. He murdered 26 of my neighbors and my friends. I'm fourth generation in a little bitty town, total population under 600. We have failed in the past, and we have lost so many of our rights, and we have been complacent. And how did we come about this? When I was a young man, they used to say there's two things that you don't talk about if you want to get along. The first thing is politics, and the next thing is religion. I'm going to tell you that was a bad choice. The two things that are the most important to discuss is politics and religion. And I'm going to talk about politics first. Because when Benjamin Franklin came out, they asked him, what kind of government did you give us? Benjamin Franklin said, a constitutional republic, if you can keep it. I am so sick of the media that says, danger to our democracy. Democracy was never mentioned in the Constitution. And when it was mentioned in the papers, in the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers, it was mentioned as a bad thing. A democracy is like two wolves and a lamb discussing what they want for dinner. It's mob rule. A democracy is never what we were meant to be. We are a constitutional republic, and we need to educate that. And why don't we know that? Why don't we know that? Because we, for too long, have let our public education system not educate our children. So we're talking today first about politics and what the importance of politics are. Politics, what politics does. Politics determines your children's life in this nation in the future. It determines what kind of freedom your children have in the future. We grew up in a free nation, and we have let so many freedoms slip away because we didn't want to talk about politics. It's time to start talking about politics. It's time to get back to it, and it's time to start talking about our children's future. Ronald Reagan said it best when he said, freedom is no more than one generation away from extinction. He said it wasn't passed down through the bloodline, but it must be fought for and protected and handed down to the next generation to do the same. And I'm here to tell you today, that was a great quote from a great man. However, it fell short. Because if that's all we do is fight for the freedom and hand it to the next generation, we have still failed. Ronald Reagan said he didn't want to spend his twilight years telling his grandchildren what it was like to live in a free nation. But if you do not teach your children about the rights that we have already lost because we were complacent, and if you don't give them the tools to fight for the next generation, if you don't give them the tools, if we pass them a free nation and don't teach them about our founding fathers, about how our nation was created, about the importance of the freedoms and our Bill of Rights. And make no mistake, the Second Amendment protects all the rest of the Bill of Rights. GOA is fighting for those rights. We need to understand and we need to reclaim those, but we also need to train our children and our grandchildren on how to fight for those rights. Because if you pass them a free nation and they don't know how to fight, they will lose it for the next generation. The second thing that we must talk about, and it's called religion. They called it religion. I say it's faith. And I say it's faith because religion was created by man. Faith was created by God. The most religious people in the Bible were the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They created their own religion, and it made them special. God created faith. Faith matters. And though politics will determine the world that your children live in, faith will determine how they spend their eternity. You have to teach them about God. Those are the two things that may be the most controversial to do. But those are the things that are most important for our children and for our grandchildren. If we let those two things go, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say something that is going to shock a bunch of people all here. God doesn't care about your politics. God does not care about your politics. God cares about your faith. There are more Christians in China than there are here in the United States. And God's working in China. So he doesn't care about your politics. Why your politics are important. So your family, your children, and your grandchildren, and on into the future, have a free world. But you need to talk about your faith also because you want your children to join you in eternity. How do we do all this, and how does GOA work with this? And I just was talking about this earlier, that GOA, it keeps sinking. GOA is out there, and we are fighting. We're fighting every day in every way, and we're fighting everything. I'm on the national team, so I go and I speak everywhere. And I'm going to tell you, we are only as good as our members. And if anyone, if everyone here, if everyone that is a member of GOA gets out there and does at least as much as our volunteers do, this would be a much greater nation. In which, by the way, there's a man out there at our booth named Bruce. He's a volunteer. He's not there because GOA is paying him. He's out there because he wants his children to have freedom. I want everybody to come by our booth after this is all over and give Bruce a big hug because he's doing this for your children, your grandchildren. And I want you to talk about how you can get involved with GOA. We are a great organization, and it really matters. What we do here matters. And go out and get someone else to do the same. Carry a gun. Carry it open. Carry it proud. Carry it concealed, however you want. Make it where it is normal. Where it is seen as normal when somebody is carrying a gun out in the open, that nobody says, whoa, he's got a gun. Arm our teachers in school. in Texas, and I just have to talk about Texas because I'm from Texas. We have the school guardian program and we have the school marshal program that arms teachers and faculty. And we have big signs bigger than my car that says, teachers and faculty in this school may be armed and will do whatever it takes to defend our students. I would not expect anything less from anyone that was schooling one of my grandchildren. It's time that we get rid of all these gun-free zones that invite dangerous people to come. Why? Because there's no one there to stop them, and they know it. 93% of all gun-related mass shootings happen in gun-free zones. We have to get rid of gun-free zones. I want to thank Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. I've been here 11 times. It's my home away from home. And for a Texan to say it's my home away from home, I love you guys or I wouldn't be here. Thank you very much. Please come by. I have a book. You can sign up as a member. I'll give you a free signed book as a member. And come by and give Bruce a hug and tell him it's from me. Thank you very much. God bless.
Let's give it up again for Stephen Williford, an American hero who stood up to protect lives. And isn't he right when he says it's God, family, country in that order? We have to preserve freedom and liberty and teach our children and our young people, next generations, about God and about how precious our freedom is, right? All right. Next up, we have Kelly Fromm. Kelly Fromm is a retired U.S. Army Special Agent, 82nd Airborne veteran, and the founder of the Badassery Brand family. How can you go wrong with that? One of the most influential voices in the Second Amendment community. After years of military service, Kelly built a tactical media network with a reach of over 2 million across social platforms. That's a few people. Ladies and gentlemen, Kelly Fromm has the unique opportunity to shoot guns a lot. What a blessing.
I'm not very good at public speaking, but first I want to thank Justin Moon and Pastor Sean for having me here. This is the second time I've been here at Rod and Iron. You know, to me, Rod and Iron is about faith, freedom, and bringing the 2A community together, and never surrender our God-given rights to own firearms. So since today is Sunday, I want to share a story about how I came to the Lord and faith, right? Since it's about faith, freedom, and firearms. This was 1987. I had just graduated airborne school, and I was on my way to my next duty assignment. And on the side of this road in Georgia is this barn that says, Jesus Saves. I stopped to take the picture of this sign from my mom, who happens to be a devout Catholic. And I was driving what they call a Suzuki Samurai. And after I took the picture, got in, and granted, this is 1997, you have to develop film back then. You didn't have your digital cameras. I got back in my Suzuki Samurai, drove about a mile down the road, and the witnesses said I got creamed by 3 different cars running through a 4-way intersection. Flipped end over end, and this vehicle, wheels up in the air, walked out of the accident scene, took a picture of the accident scene, and about 2 weeks later, I went to go get the film developed for insurance purposes, and the only picture that came out was Jesus Saves. Now, advance to 10 years later, I'm stationed in Heidelberg, Germany, and on this motorcycle was a tank bag. My wife was on the back of the motorcycle with me, and we were proceeding north, and that vehicle there jumped the medium. And I don't know if you can show the other angle, but so if you notice her body as they marked my wife's probably thinking she was dead. She had what they call neurologic death. Well, when they went to unclutch her arms, right, from the scene, her wallet, which was in the tank bag on the motorcycle, fell out, and the picture that came out was Jesus Saves. That's why we named my son Ryan Matthew, God's gift. So the purpose of sharing it is faith, freedom, and the 2A all go together. Told you I'm a very good public speaker.
All right, well, thank you, Kelly. He says he's not a good public speaker, but that was really good. He had good responses, right? Give it up again for Kelly. There we go. Yes. Next up, we have Bob and Dorothy Burley. Bob's a former candidate for the Pennsylvania State Representative and founder of the Our Town magazine. Bob has been a long-time feature of local life in Wayne and Pike counties, right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And this free magazine combines America First politics and sometimes salacious humor. Bob is an unapologetic conservative Christian patriot who loves God, guns, and country. Let's give it up for Bob and Dorothy. All right. Bob and Dorothy Burley. Anywhere around. Okay. Well, I'm sure they were going to have a great message. Look him up online. Look up his magazine, Our Town Magazine, and support him in any candidacy going forward, right? Bob's a good guy. He's here at the Freedom Festival. So how could you not like somebody who loves God, guns, and country, right? All right. Well, next up, we have Jesse James Rumson. Give it up, Jesse James Rumson. On January 6, 2021, Rumson traveled from Florida to Washington, D.C., and participated in the events at the Capitol. He was arrested by the FBI on February 27, 2023, in Florida. Since then, Rumson has endured the full pressure of federal prosecution, public scrutiny, and media labeling. Yet he has continued to face those challenges head-on, even running for political office. What a brave person, right? Justice for J6ers, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jesse James Rumson.
How's everybody doing tonight? Rod of Iron, who's having fun? So let's hear it for the Moons for putting on this wonderful event like they do every year to celebrate our freedom, to celebrate our rights, and to celebrate our country. Let's hear it for all the organizers for putting on this great event. And let's hear it for you out there for being here. Because being here is half the battle. We need to be involved, we need to be active, and we need to set the example for everyone else. And that's how important you are. And then, let's thank Donald Trump, all right, for saving this great country. So let's celebrate for a minute. Let's hear it. Trump, 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 Trump. All right, now I hate to tell you, but the celebration's over. All right? Because we as J6ers, we know what it's like to be persecuted by the government. We know what it's like to be hunted down. We know what it's like to be imprisoned, slandered, called names in the media, threatened with death. I had people coming to my house, leaving me notes telling me they were going to kill me and rape me in prison. All right? Those are the kind of great people we have on the other side of the aisle. But the real lesson of J6 is that if they're allowed to get back into power, if the deep state is allowed to take over, you will be next. All right? Every Trump supporter, every conservative will be the enemy to them. All right? We've seen the deep state at work. We saw them kill Charlie Kirk. Through their extremists, through their radicals, they want to steal our future. They want to steal our country, and they want to steal our freedoms, and we need to be the line that they cannot cross. We need to be the fighters. We need to get into the breach, and we need to hold on to this great country because they have taken so many people away from us. They've taken Charlie Kirk. They shot Trump in the head. They killed JFK, MLK. They killed Malcolm Twitter. I mean Malcolm X. I'm sorry, it's hard to get used to that change. But we need to figure out that behind them, like Trevor Loudon was so great to point out, is the CCP. All right, they're behind our left, they're behind our radicals, and they want us to fight a multipolar war. They want us to be at war with ourselves so that we cannot stop them. They want us to be at war with ourselves so that we lose our power, we lose our morale, and we lose our country. And we cannot let that stand. And that is why we need to not fall into this trap of the civil war that they keep pushing on us. They think if they attack ICE in the streets, they think if they attack us personally, they think if they shoot us in the head, then they can stop our message. But as long as we stand strong in our convictions, stand strong in our morality, and stand strong as a people, they will never be able to take that away from us. And we need to remember that every single day. Because this... J6, yes. But like I said, it's just a warning for everyone else. They'll come for you, just like they'll come for you, just like they already came for you. And that is the true lesson of J6. But that is just part of the battle. The politicians, they're corrupt at every level. I'm sure you see it in your county commissions. I'm sure you see it in the judiciary. I'm sure you see it every single day. And that is why it is so important that we stay involved, that we get involved. If you can run for office, you owe it to your fellow Americans. You owe it to the good people to set the example for the future. And if you can't run, you have to vet the candidates and you have to support them and you have to get out and make sure that good God-fearing Americans vote, to make sure that they have the candidates they deserve to preserve this union. Because, like everyone else has said, Ronald Reagan, we're so close to losing it. I mean, I'd say a hair. We're one presidency away from losing it. We're knife edge. We're living there every single day. And I know it seems to be getting darker and darker. They seem to try to close the walls on us. And they've put us in a weird situation where in order to solve it, it looks like escalation. All right, we need Trump to start arresting federal judges. All right? When they act in defiance of their oath, when they stand against the Constitution, when you see them out in Oregon where they say, oh, well, we didn't like what Trump said, so he can't call in the National Guard. We don't care what the Constitution says. All right, that is a perversion of justice. That is not what we stand for, and that cannot be tolerated. When we see them take illegal Venezuelan drug and human traffickers and say, no, bring them back to the country. We love those people. We have to be able to stand up and fight for this, but we need to do it nonviolently. We need to show them that the culture is changed. The culture is conservative. The future is conservative. All right, and then they will have nowhere to run, and we will be united, and we can win this great battle, and we can live up to the dream of our founders of a truly free country, of people truly independent and for themselves, that don't look to big brother government for answers. They look internally. They look to God. They look to faith. They look to country. They look to history, and they know who they are. And that is why everyone here is so important. That's why it's so important that you go and evangelize your neighbors. You tell them about the politics. If they choose, oh, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. Well, if you don't want to hear it, your children will be trafficked. If you don't want to hear it, you will die of a fentanyl overdose. If you don't want to hear it, you will grow up in a third world slum. So they need to hear it, and you need to tell it to them. And that's why I refuse to shut up. That's why, I will, I guess, when they give me the hook, but till we get there, I will promote the fight mentality. Like I said, peacefully. But Trump said it best, and it might be the best presidential quote of all time when he said, fight, fight, fight. All right? And that, my friends, is what we will never stop doing. And that's why our celebration is over already, because the wolf is at the door. All right? They are not stopping. They have not stopped, and they will not stop. which is why freedom needs vigilance. You need to be every day paying attention. All right, not to the fake news. Well, I mean, watch the fake news too, because you want to hear what they're saying, but don't believe a word of it. All right, don't believe the social media censors. Don't believe any of the narrative from the corporate or mainstream media. You need to get out, touch grass. All right, grassroots for a reason, because we are all of the earth. We are the salt of the earth. We are the true American patriots, and we will not let this country fall. Now, we have a few more J6ers coming on after me, and then I'm going to join them on a panel, but I just wanted to leave you with that information and let it sink in, because that's what it has to do. We all need to take it into our hearts that they will not take this great land from us. I love you guys. Love you, Rod of Iron. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Give it up for J6er, Jesse James Rumson. Absolutely. Fight, fight, fight. And speaking of fight, next we have a friend of mine, Gino DiGiovanni. Gino is a passionate advocate for his community of Derby, Connecticut, owning and running a construction business and having proudly run for mayor in 2023. He's also a great patriot, and I can attest to that, a great patriot, who was at the Capitol on January 6th, another J6er who was wrongfully politically persecuted and prosecuted. And as a Capitol footage proved, he walked peacefully, like so many others, through the Capitol and served jail time with Steve Bannon in Connecticut, where they prayed together. Please welcome Gino DiGiovanni, a patriot.
So thank you. I appreciate that, Skylar. So first of all, I just want to say good afternoon to all my friends, neighbors, and fellow patriots. It's an honor to stand here before you today for the 7th annual Rod of Iron Freedom Festival, where we gather not just to celebrate our legacy, but to reflect on the ideas that shape our movement and our nation. Abraham Lincoln once said, "You cannot escape the responsibilities of tomorrow by evading it today." That sentiment has guided me, especially in the recent years, as I've wrestled with the questions of responsibility, truth, and of patriotism. And this afternoon, I want to talk to you a little bit about that day that challenged and changed me forever, January 6th. We all know the infamous day. Since that day, I've had some time to reflect on what we saw, on how the media reported it, and how people reacted, not just to me, but to all of us, simply for being there. Some conversations that I've had have been really painful. Others have been eye-opening. And I'll tell you, all of them have forced me to ask, what do I stand for? How do I speak to it without apology? And here's what I've come to believe. One, that patriotism is not passive. That showing up, even when it's controversial, is part of democracy. And lastly, that we cannot be critical thinkers to be loyal Americans at the same time. I didn't storm a building. I didn't ask to break the law. I went there to bear witness. And I've learned that silence, too, can speak volumes, sometimes louder than shouts. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that day that I went to the Capitol, I entered through the Upper West Terrace door. I was in the Capitol for a total of 8 minutes. When I entered the Upper West Terrace door, I was greeted by 6 Capitol police officers, 2 at the front door, 2 at the next entrance, and then 2 before I entered through the rotunda. Many of you now have probably seen all the videos of us walking through the velvet ropes, going through the rotunda, and that's where I entered. I didn't enter through broken windows or doors that were smashed. And according to the FBI, I was only in there for 8 minutes. After that day, I came home, and in discussion with my wife, because our cell phones didn't work, no messaging can go in and out. You just recorded what you could on your phone that day. But I didn't have any social media at that time at all. And my wife showed me a video of General Flynn making a speech back then about getting involved, not just at the federal level or at the state level, but getting involved in your community. And then for some people that weren't here yesterday, he talked about that same sentiment yesterday. And it rings true to me, because after that day, I was just a regular citizen like you guys. I owned a construction company. I was really active in my community, especially with the Boy Scouts, and doing a lot of service things throughout my city and my area. And after January 6th and watching General Flynn's speech, I decided I was going to call the state of Connecticut and find out how to get on the ballot. Never ran for office. I was never political. I always voted, always paid attention, but never got involved. So when I called the state of Connecticut, I found out how to get on the ballot, and I decided that I was going to run for the Board of Aldermen, which is the legislative body in my city, that following November. So after I got on the ballot, I ended up being the Republican nominee for that position. And in November of 2021, I won for the first time in 20 plus years. A Republican won that seat in my district. Yeah, thank you. So up until this time, no one contacted me from the FBI. Nobody contacted me asking me questions or anything related to January 6th. And once again, I was not on social media, so I didn't post that I was there and all that, but my family and my friends obviously knew. And no one brought it up during the campaign either. So I go on to win the legislative body position, which we call the Board of Aldermen. And after that, I sat on that board for another 2 years, and not one thing was ever mentioned about January 6th. I went on to do a lot of good things. We got a lot of things accomplished. But fast forward just a little bit, in October of 2022, so I won in November of 21, following a whole year later, or almost, it was Halloween of 2022. And there was a meeting at City Hall, and after the meeting, NBC News came to the meeting, and they threw a file folder on the table, and they asked, "Is this you? Were you at the Capitol?" And I said, "Yes, that's me in the picture. I was there." And they made a big, big story about it. Well, little did I know that that day that it aired was going to change my life forever, because once it aired, all hell broke loose. The death threats, the vandalism to my home. I found out what swatting was. I had no idea what that was until they tried to do that. But it was so bad to the point where I actually had to move my mom out of the house along with my wife. And I didn't really know what was entailed after that. Between all the death threats and the emails, the phone calls, the vandalism, I live in a small community where everybody knows who I am. So when these things were happening, I just didn't know how my friends or family or, how they could do this to me when they've known me for all my life. Well, what I learned was a good friend of mine, which is a big into IT, and he went through a lot of, the information, and I finally found out what bots and trolls were, number one. And number two, I found out that these agitators or, the people that come to do these awful acts were not from my community. Most of them weren't even from the state, to be honest with you. And, to this day, we still don't know, but with other events that have happened through the years, I would like to guess that they were probably paid to come and do a job, and that's what they did. So going through all this, after that had happened, I decided in early of 2023 that I was going to run for mayor in the city of Derby. So that happens in February of 2023. And up until this whole point, the only thing related to January 6th was the NBC News coming to do that hit piece on me and it being all over the news and whatnot. But up until this point, I still haven't even been contacted by the FBI or the DOJ or anyone at this point. So I decided I was going to run for mayor, become the GOP nominee. And going through the process, I find out that all of a sudden I was going to be in a primary. So I went from being the nominee, now somebody out of the crowd says that they want to run also, so we're going to do a primary, which is fine. That's the way the process goes. So we determined that we would set everything up for a primary. Well, 2 weeks before the primary, surprise, surprise, but I get arrested for trespassing, remaining in a restricted building, and there were 2 more, all misdemeanors, but 2 weeks before the primary. So we went from January 6th of 2021 all the way to August of 2023, and this is the first time that I've heard anything from the FBI, DOJ, or anything official. So they arrest me. I have an attorney at that time. They tell me to bring myself in. I get indicted. I go into the courtroom, New Haven, Connecticut, and they arraigned me, they released me, and now it is a firestorm. So it is everything that happened to me from that NBC news story has now started all over again. And now, since I'm an elected official running for the executive branch, it's even more news. I'm talking MSNBC, CNN, Fox, and all the others. So it was national news on every newspaper, and I even had the New York Times come and follow my campaign. So this was even worse than it was the first time. So after my arrest, I had a phone call from some people that wanted me to drop out of the race. And when I turned myself in, my next court date was the day after the November election. So was my fate going to be determined if I won or if I lost? How was that going to work out? But I decided that I wasn't going to bend the knee, and I was not going to terminate my campaign, that I was going to still move forward. I was the GOP nominee. I had the backing and support of the citizens that were in my town, and I was going to keep moving forward, which I did. Even though I got arrested and they tried to make me quit, I ended up going on to win that election by 51 to 49%. So after everything that they're trying to do to me, I just said to myself, and along with my wife and my immediate family, that I'm not going to bend the knee to them. They want to fight dirty. They want to play dirty. They can do whatever they need to do, but I'm not going to bend the knee to them. Well, that was, I'm glad I made that decision, but then all hell broke loose. They went after my business. They froze my assets to the point where we had 50 employees working, and here we are in August, and I had to pay my employees, even though I couldn't do any more state or federal or municipal jobs. I paid my employees all the way to the end of the season on my own dime because I was not going to lay them off in August and have them go that extra time just on the unemployment. So I did what I had to do that, but the FBI came in and they froze all my assets. It made things a little bit difficult. So I win the primary, and my opponent in the primary, a fellow Republican, after I beat him, he decides that he's going to get enough of signatures to run as a candidate in November anyway. So we go all the way to November, and we end up splitting the vote, and the Democrat walked in for free. And, the primary process is there for a reason, And I know that I would have followed it if I was on the other end of things. But, you know, as I tell this story, God has got me on a mission that I probably would never have thought in a million years, because I was never a political person. But the way things just kept happening, I knew that with God's grace and my faith in God, that He was going to carry me and have my back through the whole, through my whole journey. So, thank you, thank you. So after the November election comes, I went to court. They postponed it a bunch of times. Now, I was never once in a courtroom except for the day that I had to turn myself in New Haven, Connecticut. Anytime I had to go to court, it was on a computer with a computer screen, on Zoom, I guess, if you will, but never even faced the judge. And also, too, they had a picture of an empty courtroom, and the prosecutor or the federal attorney and the judge, they could have been anywhere. And I'd never even had to go back to court, not one time, in this kangaroo court situation that we were talking about. But I ended up, after the election is over, fast forward a little bit, I ended up pleading guilty to trespassing, which is a misdemeanor. So I got charged with 4 misdemeanors, and they dropped 3 of them. But at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I just had no more money to fight. The federal government dumped 7 terabytes of discovery on my attorney's desk. I had a team of 17, attorneys working on it, because 7 terabytes is huge, and I didn't even know what that was to begin with. But, it cost me a significant amount of money for that. This whole ordeal has cost me over $1 million to where I am, between lost business, attorney's fees, and so on and so forth. But after all of that, I decided that I was going to plead guilty to remaining in a restricted building, which is like a simple trespassing. And, I get a lot of, not flack, but I get a lot of people that say, well, why did you do that? Why did you plead guilty? You knew that you weren't guilty of trespassing if they let you in. And I say, yes, you're 100% right. But when you're in that situation and you have no more money to fight them, and you probably are a lot farther along than they think they were going to do, they wanted you just to bend the knee, get out of the race, and it probably would have all went away. But I decided not to do that. Where do you say no? Where do you say stop? That's a hard decision to make, right? But when you run out of funds and things aren't going the way they are, I cut the deal by pleading guilty, and the deal was that I would pay a $500 fine to the architect of the Capitol, and that if the judge decided, I would get some community service. So that was a decision that I make. Well, I was okay with that, and I know it cost me money, but I was all right with it. So I go to my sentencing hearing, and little did I know that the judge had other decisions. He, first of all, the judge was James Boasberg. I don't know if anybody knows that name. That's been in the news lately. But, yeah, exactly. But he decided that the deal that they had cut with me, that I both signed, and also with my attorney, wasn't going to be good enough, and wanted to sentence me to federal prison for a misdemeanor, also a bigger fine, and a year of supervised probation and community service. So I went from pleading guilty to paying a fine to all that. But once again, I had faith in God, and God had my back because of all the things that were going on. And come to find out, when I turned myself in to go to prison, that I was in FCI Danbury, which was close to home, where I am from, in Connecticut. And also at the time, Stephen Bannon was there serving his 4-month prison sentence as well for defying the January 6th subpoena. And I became good friends with Steve. I walked the track with him, and I told him my story, and he was really shocked, but not shocked, if you will, about the whole situation. But in my conversations with him, Our now FBI director, Kash Patel, he wrote a book called Government Gangsters. And Steve turned it into a movie before he went on vacation with me as well. And, you know, when I got out, I got hooked up with the people from War Room Films and Maureen Bannon and the team, and I ended up going as a guest speaker telling people about my situation from January 6th to kind of get the word and the message out when they did the movie premieres. And the first time that I went and spoke, people in the crowd were shocked. They've never heard any of that. They never heard the situation from a firsthand experience like all of us. They've only heard what the media told them for the last 3 years at the time. And there's propaganda on both sides, and we all know that. But they were shocked about the people that have committed suicide, the families that were broken up, the divorces that happened. People lost their whole livelihoods, their houses, their kids. DCF came in. And all these things, no one had any idea that was going on through this whole thing because it wasn't reported in the news. So, you know, as I said before, that, you know, God has me on a plan and has allowed me to be really successful at what I did for 25 years in my business. The things that we have accomplished, some people don't do their whole entire careers. But God allowed me to be successful in a short period of time because he knew that that door was going to close and another one was going to open. So as I said that before, that, you know, last May, just to transition a little bit, but last May, I decided that I was going to run for the state GOP party in Connecticut. And in May, I got elected to be the representative of the 17th state district in Connecticut. And the reason why I tell you that is because, especially last night or yesterday afternoon, what General Flynn said, that it is most important for us to get involved. His question was, what are you doing to help the movement? What are you doing to help your community? You know, number one, just to vote, but number two, what are you doing to help out? Are you coaching in Pop Warner? Are you doing anything in the community to help? We all have to do our small part. We don't have to run for federal office. We don't have to run for state office, but we all need to help and get involved in our local government or in our communities. And I want to just leave you with this. Friends, we live in turbulent times, but as Lincoln said, he lived through a lot worse, and he didn't flinch. He reminds us that a house divided against itself cannot stand. We must decide what kind of house we're going to build. Will we build it like a fortress, or are we going to build it on a foundation of freedom? As leaders and supporters of this great movement, our voices matter, not only just in the moments of peace, but especially in the moments of complexity. So tonight, I just want to thank you for everyone's dedication and for believing in me, in the principles that we all live. I want to just thank everyone for hearing my story and staying engaged with me. And let us lead by erasing the past, but by learning from it. Let us be the generation that speaks up with humility, listens with grace, and moves forward with strength. Thank you. Thank you guys all. God bless you, and God bless this great country. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much.
How about it? Is that not a patriot? Don't we need more representatives like that in office? Don't we need that? It kind of makes me wonder, when's the governor's race in Connecticut? Oh, that could get interesting, right? Hey, next up, we have another great person here who's going to speak for a little bit here, then we're on to a panel. We got Jake Lang. Jake, you can come up and give a few words here. Welcome, Jake.
Hey guys, God bless America. It's good to be home again. I saw everybody yesterday, but thank you guys for supporting the J6ers. Yesterday I spoke a lot about the situation with some of the guys not getting pardoned, the horrible situation. We have not been given any restitution for the years we spent in solitary confinement, the torture that was done against us. But I didn't get really a chance to tell my story. Maybe you guys have seen on the Gateway Pundit. They've been an amazing outlet, the Political Prisoner podcast or Real America's Voice. But my story's not over. Our J6 story isn't over. Unfortunately, our story's still going on. There's still a lot of obstacles left in our path. But specifically, my story starts out right here. I'm from Honesdale, Pennsylvania. I wrestled in Honesdale, and I'm a son of Pennsylvania. And, the way that this area has engendered itself around the Patriot movement. I mean, you guys, Pennsylvania was the delivering factor for my freedom. So, give yourselves a pats on the back for winning PA. That's the reason I'm home. And, I moved forward through my life. I moved to New York City to go to college and fell to the wayside to using drugs and going in nightlife in New York City. I mean, drinking and partying, as a young man in all these major cities. It's, one way, and it's just derision and sin. And God changed my life during COVID when the entire city was shut down. I had to look myself in the mirror. I had to understand that, the party's over sometimes and it's time to man up. I was 24 years old during COVID. I went through that entire year, changing my life, giving my life over to God. And, I stand here now, a born-again Christian that's been through the worst that the devil could throw at me, and I'm unbroken. If he could use me, he could use anybody in this room. I was lost. I was a lost soul. I mean, social media and that entire lifestyle that they're pushing on our children had engulfed me. I was lost. And, through COVID, losing my job in New York City nightlife, and then being in prison for 4 years and 6 days, over 900 of those days of solitary confinement. We have to give, grace to the Lord for even the most despicable circumstances that we go through in our life, because those are the refining moments. Those are when you're being tempered in the fire. That's when your character is being improved and refined. And, there's so many ways that we could, become bitter about what we went through in our country, what happened during the Biden regime, what happened to the J6ers. But these are the things that have brought us to the place we're at now. You can't be ashamed of your scars, right? The scars are in Jesus' hands are what gave us our salvation. And our scars that we carry throughout all these different circumstances in our lives are what's giving us the power for the whole MAGA movement, this Christian revival. It's amazing. Charlie Kirk spoke about that, and Charlie Kirk had me on his show when I was in the basement of the D.C. jail. I had already been incarcerated for 3 years at that point. Most people think after, years of solitary that I went through, at that point, I was in the basement, in a dark, damp, rodent-infested basement, in the basement of D.C. jail, and I got brought on to Charlie Kirk's show. And, one of the things that touched Charlie's heart and it touched the American people's heart, because Charlie was a straight shooter. He told me that my actions at the Capitol, I'd have to be held accountable for them, because I was seen at the Capitol with a gas mask and a riot shield and a baseball bat. Obviously, the optics of that weren't good, but for some people, I thought the optics were awesome personally, but they murdered somebody in my arms. They murdered a woman named Roseanne Boylan, and she was a 38-year-old from Georgia, and her life mattered to me, and I wasn't willing to watch other women, defenseless women, elderly. We had veterans there from Korea War. We had awesome people from every walk of life. And I took up defensive arms with a group of patriots. We set up a border between us and the Capitol Police to try to stop them from encroaching and pushing and killing us. And Charlie Kirk let me have a platform. Just like Rod of Iron, they didn't need to do this for the Jan Sixers, this panel that we're going to have. Talk about the most canceled group in America. The January Sixers were literally unpersoned, like in a George Orwell 1984 book. They didn't just they did take all my social medias from me immediately, the FBI, 10 days after January 6th. That's how I knew the FBI was coming. I woke up in the morning, my Facebook was gone. My Instagram was gone. I was like, I got like an hour or two before the stormtroopers come to get me because, it was just, everything was wiped all at once. But our freedom of speech, which Charlie Kirk stood for, and being able to give voice to people that may have stories that we don't agree with, they've done things we don't agree with, that's the American way. And he let his audience decide my character and who I was. And at the end of the day, similarly to other conservative voices that gave me a voice, their audience heard our message and they changed their hearts. They were able to receive the information, the truth about January 6th, my story, what I went through, what we're still going through, and change their hearts. They got, supersized to go out and vote. One of the main reasons that Donald Trump won the election was because of the torture of the January 6ers. And so we owe him a great debt of gratitude, but at the same time, the American people were the ones that voted in President Trump, and you guys went out and voted to save us. So it's it's a full circle scenario, and we're grateful for the president, and we want to see the president's agenda come through. I mentioned this yesterday. His agenda was for justice for us, and without reconciliation, the compensation that the Jan 6ers deserve for having our lives destroyed, for standing up and fighting against tyranny and having our lives destroyed for that, there is no justice. You have people that are homeless right now. My organizations are keeping multiple people off the streets. We bought cars for some single mother J6ers, and they're living in those cars right now. We've run out of funding. Everyone thinks that we're pardoned and it's all gravy now. And so, there are still struggles that are happening. Drug addiction, there's been people that have been thrown back into prison because they're struggling so hard that they're doing, things like drugs that they shouldn't be doing. And our community's broken. So I have a message for President Trump and the DOJ and those who would oppose our lawsuits, because there's a major lawsuit. The Proud Boys filed a $100 million lawsuit, and it's being opposed by the DOJ. We have a message for Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. We know you guys are great patriots. We know the muster that you have. Do not be dissuaded from the war path that you are on to get us justice. Do not relegate yourselves. Do not fold and start to make concessions. It is 100% pardons, like Donald Trump said. Everybody goes home. Everybody wanted him to make concessions. There were many people close to President Trump, including J.D. Vance, that told 2 weeks before the inauguration, the ones with violent charges like myself, 600 of us out of 1,600 had self-defense violent charges like I did. And J.D. Vance himself said that those people wouldn't be pardoned. Donald Trump refused to make concessions. He stuck to his heart. Amen. Amen. He stuck to his heart. He did what was right in God's eyes, and we ask the same thing from Pam Bondi. We ask that same level of conviction, integrity from this new administration that's coming in here. Do not fight against the January 6ers. We fought for you. Now stand for us.
And don't forget about the 8 Oath Keepers that were nonviolent that are still not pardoned. Don't forget about the 4 Proud Boys that were nonviolent that are still not pardoned. One of them arguably was violent when he picked up a riot shield and dropped it off a few minutes later. Was that violence?
No.
No. Also, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department head of intel, Shane Lamond,
Yes.
he was convicted of countering the Democrat narrative, sitting in prison right now. The Congressman Loudermilk, who's heading up the January 6th Select Subcommittee, he doesn't have access to be able to interview him and get the information of Michael Fanone's involvement in the cover-up. Who else? Lila Morris's.
Yep.
What would you call what Lila Morris did to Roseanne Boylan?
Well, Lila Morris murdered Roseanne Boylan in cold blood.
Metropolitan Police Department officer. So, Mr.
Invited to
President,
the Super Bowl.
by you not pardoning Shane Lamond because elements within your DOJ and White House counsel are blocking it, is what I'm hearing, you're not allowing Barry Loudermilk to do his job. And at midnight, just past midnight this morning, you put out a tweet when you said, January 6th, 274 agents that were on the ground that day. And you said, do something. One thing, Mr. President, that you can do You don't have to rely on your White House counsel or the Attorney General or those in the Department of Justice that are still probably singing to the tune of Rod Rosenstein, the guy that tried to 25th Amendment you back in the first term. Pardon these guys. Because what happens when you pardon the 8 Oath Keepers, the 4 Proud Boys, Shane Lamond, and you order your U.S. Director of the U.S. Marshals to go ahead and conduct a raid of Colorado prison where Tina Peters is? You now bring out the Tier 1 patriots that are going to be out there advocating for you, explaining to the American public of how both the Republicans and Democrats tried to take all of us out, to include you, Mr. President. You will have another 13, 14 individuals that are reinforcements to getting the truth out and starting to cleanse out the DOJ, the FBI that's controlled by Jim Comey. And then I would recommend hiring them all. But we'll get to that.
Amen.
Let's do the panel.
Are you moderating, right?
Okay, I'm moderating. No.
Hello again, everybody.
All right, let's do it. We have any more? No. Anyone wants to come up here last minute? I know there's J6ers everywhere. Okay, next up. I'm going to try to sit somewhere here so that there's no feedback, and the camera can get all of us. The most important part of the Rod of Iron Festival. No offense to anyone. And oh, by the way, if you do take offense, you're weak. You should never be in a position to take offense. Now, someone can attempt to insult you. I get that. But as patriotic warriors, no one should be able to be ever in a position to offend you. Okay? So that's just First Amendment activity. All right, so no man left behind. We're going to do a January 6th panel. You know some of these folks here. I'm going to basically start off with a question, and we're going to go down the horn. I'll start with this. And you know what? I might even have somebody ask a question in the audience if you want. So here we go. As the self-proclaimed expert on January 6th and Nancy Pelosi's role and specific individuals in the senior leadership of the Capitol Police Board that manipulated and doctored the CCTV footage and the sworn testimony that was used to send over to the DOJ to prosecute the J6ers, to include the 1561 pardon, the 14 not pardoned, President Trump, the electors in Georgia and Pennsylvania. Senstrom was here earlier, I think it was. All of that starts with Nancy Pelosi, weaponizes further down the road to the courthouse, and then at the BOP while you're in prison. What needs to be done so that this never happens again, sir?
We need to clean house. I mean, the judges were probably the worst in all of this. I mean, personally, they claim that I assaulted a federal officer, right? So they bring the officer into my trial, and he says, oh, that guy didn't assault me. You know what the judge said? Yeah, he did. Right? They told me I'm in the front of the building fighting with officers, right?
What was the officer's name?
What was the officer's name? I remember my arresting officer, I remember my judge, but...
Afterwards, tell me them.
I gotcha.
They're about to be in for a rude awakening.
Well, I had Judge Nichols. Judge Nichols comes in.
No, not the judge, the officers.
Well, Brian Smith was the special agent that needs to lose his job in the FBI, because that's one organization that we need to be patriotic about. We need to repatriate them and make sure we get all of these bad apples out, the people that were willing to stomp down our front doors, smash in our windows, and take our family away with us. That cannot stand, and we need retribution for that. They need to lose their jobs like we did, and they need to be held accountable.
Amen. Yes. I'm here to coordinate and synchronize that retribution. Let's go. You go last.
Me? Okay. What needs to be done? Okay. This was a PSYOP engineer for the public. The lying, racketeering, collusional media narrative needs to be destroyed. So the media never interviewed us, never got our side of the story. What did they put out there? They put out the Fed-surrection. That's what it was. Because I was there.
And I happened to call my wife. I said, hey, hon. She goes, oh, my God, you're not down there. I said, well, why? What's going on? She goes, you got to see what's happening on the news. So that's part of what has to happen. The media needs to be ground down and ground truth. That's what needs to happen. So, and of course, clear out the rest of the deep state, the bureaucracy, everybody that aligned against us. Because you guys are right, and Ivan, you're right. There was nobody on our side. I was one of the first guys to be set up or whatever happened. I couldn't get an attorney in the District of Columbia to represent me. The Department of Justice was saying, hey, you got to get this guy an attorney because the clock is ticking. Nobody in D.C. except for Evan Corcoran, that turned out to be one of Steve Bannon's lawyers too. He was one of the only guys that would go ahead and represent me.
Well, first of all, I think the main players need to be held accountable. Until
Name those names.
Well, I think it starts with Nancy Pelosi. I mean, I would love to have the crystal ball that she had, because she told her daughter about what was going to happen, came in and filmed a documentary. I mean, maybe we could ask her for the lottery numbers. We could be made whole again. I mean, you know, you just don't do the things that we find out years later, you know, the day of. You know, that was well planned, well orchestrated, and until they're held responsible for their enrollment in it, I don't think anything will change, because the next person will just step up and say, hey, they got away with it, so why can't we get away with it? And until they're held responsible for whatever their individual roles or as a whole, I don't think that anything will change. Am I confident that these things will start to take place? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. But until that happens, you know, there will be 10 more people right behind them to do it, not just tomorrow, but a week or 2 weeks or 2 years from now. They'll just drum up the same thing. And the worst part about it is it doesn't matter if we're on the right, if you're on the center, or you're on the left. If the government wants you, they will come and get you until you bend the knee. You know, people think that this is just about the right side, or, you know, you guys are Republicans, or whatever the narrative is. But look back in history. We've seen it done on the left. We've seen it done to people in the center, different situations, but they have done it to everyone. There is no discrimination when it comes to that from our government.
They need to arrest that meritless Garland.
Amen. Amen.
Jake, briefly.
There is a national healing moment we were robbed from. We need a memorial funeral in Washington, D.C. for Ashley Babbitt, the hero that gave her life for this country. We saw a white horse-drawn carriage funeral for the feckless Capitol Police officers that turned their weapons on unarmed Americans. They were brought to the Super Bowl. They were lauded around like heroes. The J6ers have just barely been tolerated back in society. I think that Roseanne Boylan, Ashley Babbitt, Kevin Greason, and Benjamin Phillips, the 4 Americans that lost their life defending our country, deserve a memorial welcome. You know, God bless America. Welcome home to the Jan Sixers, and memorial service for those who lost their lives. That is a healing moment we were robbed from.
Truth.
Can I answer my own question? Gentlemen?
Yes.
All right, so let me clarify it by giving this context before I answer the question. So I'm going to read President Trump's Truth Post at 12:38 a.m. this morning. So whatever, 10 hours ago, 15. He says, the Biden FBI placed 274 agents into the crowd on January 6th. If this is so, which it is, a lot of very good people will be owed big apology. What a scam. Do something. President DJT. So here's my recommendation.
What's that something he's saying? Do something.
I'm going to tell you what the something is, Mr. President, with all due respect on this issue. Here's the maximum that can be done. As a constitutional lawyer, I'm going to say this, and with the maximum courage, okay, which is required. J.D. Vance is the president of the Senate, okay? In that role, if he asserts it, he then can order his Senate sergeant at arms, because the president of the Senate is the only Senate leadership constitutional position. The Senate Majority Leader is a construct of a political party. So J.D. Vance, president of the Senate, walks in and says, hey, folks, the Senate Sergeant at Arms, Jennifer Hemingway, I get it. She's loyal to Paul Ryan. She used to be the Deputy Operations Director for Paul Ryan when he was Speaker. It doesn't matter. She either works with me and Speaker Mike Johnson sent a House Sergeant at Arms, Bill McFarland, to do the following, and if she doesn't, same-day removal. This is what she needs to do. As the chair of the Capitol Police Board this year, she needs to direct that the General Counsel of the U.S. Capitol Police, Thomas DeBiase, D-I-B-I-A-S-E.
Tad
DeBiase, Thomas Aquinas DeBiase, release all communications in the run-up to January 6th, on January 6th, and post-January 6th as it relates to weaponizing against every single January 6er. Their official communications, all documents, all communications between his office and the Capitol Police and the Capitol Police Board with the Department of Justice over at the U.S. Attorney's Office at the time. What was his name? U.S. Attorney Matthew Graves.
Matthew Graves.
Communications with the FBI to include Christopher Ray. And Ray Epps. Because my running theory is that Ray Epps worked for Nancy Pelosi on that day. It's the only way to answer his situation. Additionally, J.D. Vance, instead of having this little small subcommittee that's relegated under the authority of Jim Jordan and underneath the Speaker's office, there needs to be maximum exposure. How do you do that? President Trump flexes and says, you know what, I've had enough. Mike Johnson, you order a committee, a joint committee, headed up by Loudermilk on the House side, and then Senator Thune, and if you don't want to comply, then my president of the Senate, my vice president, is going to go ahead and create a committee from the Senate side, headed up by Ron Johnson, to jointly release and investigate everything coming out from the General Counsel of the U.S. Capitol Police and anything and everything related to executive branch exposures of communications of the executive branch. Because you got to remember, J.D. Vance is a dual branch official, a vice president and the senior person in the U.S. Senate. And it's so important that he take this role seriously and essentially flex and say, we are releasing everything related to the communications of the executive branch, whether it's 51 Spies Who Lies affiliates, the CIA officers, right, that communicated with the legislative branch before January 6th, on January 6th, after, that planned, executed, and covered it up. And then from the legislative branch do the same thing, because what? You cannot FOIA the legislative branch. Right. So you can't get it there. You cannot use the courts to go ahead and attempt to Brady request CCTV footage, communications documents of the U.S. Capitol Police and General Counsel. And so what does it leave us with? This is the only constitutional, legal, moral, and ethical path to the maximum to expose the entire veracity, truth of January 6th, and when that is amplified at scale on President Trump's account, on X, on Truth, on Rumble, whatever, the entire establishment Republican class is going to be smacked in the face with the freight train with the truth and will be embarrassed for treating all of the 1561 that the lemming Republicans did these last 4.5 years. They will look in the mirror and look at themselves as absolute cowards. But we're going to need them for when they become jurors against those on the back of my shirt. That were many of them involved in the weaponization that started with Pelosi and that trickled its way from the legislative branch to the Christopher Wrays, the Mark Millies, the Merrick Garlands, the Alejandro Mayorkases of the world, that all deserve a place in American history as traitors and punished with the maximum allowable authority to punish them for. And when that happens, we create plaques and statues inside of the statutory hall for Ashley Babbitt, for Roseanne Boyland, in memoriam for Kevin Greason, right? And Benjamin Phillips for standing that day against the illegitimate, illegal, stolen, belligerent election of 2020, okay?
Amen.
And lastly, I know I'm going on a rant here, but this is critical. In order for this to never happen again, everyone in the process must be punished much more than was done to every single J6er in the collective. So, what did they do to Stephen Bannon? I want more of that against them. What did they do to Mike Lindell? I want a sprinkling of that as well. What did they do to President Trump? I want some of that times two. Who else? What did they do? How many?
Peter Navarro.
Peter Navarro. Roger Stone. How many here were raided?
How about Bart Shively, this man that I'm holding the memorial
Please.
plaque for? Just quickly, Bart Shively was a U.S. Marine, All-American football player, and a January 6th Patriot. Bart Shively got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from Camp Lejeune, and he was put inside the D.C. jail while he was stage 2, undergoing treatment. By the time he left, 18 months later, he was stage 4, terminal. Bart Shively lasted 6 months out of jail, and we just recently buried my brother, January 6er. The government killed Bart Shively. They didn't treat him for his cancer while he was in the D.C. jail. What about that type of treatment?
Now, I do want to say a real quick caveat, and you're not going to like me for this, Jake.
No, they can have cancer treatment.
But no, on a different subject. On a different subject. This goes back to the pardons. You want to amplify. The thing is, we have a poisonous DOJ. We have a poisonous FBI. We have to. Right now, I feel like we've plateaued. There have been a lot of wins. You guys getting out? Massive. Massive victory. Tulsi's releases? Massive. But we need to start putting foot on neck of deep state. We can't just let Jim Comey roam freely, because he's going to continue to manipulate the FBI. The thing is that for the J.D. Vances and others in the White House of the world, would it be fair to say that you were probably the most violent that day, Jake?
I had the most violent charges.
You had the most violent charges, never convicted, but with the most violent charges. You heard what he said earlier. Okay? There are those out there that didn't even get charged with violence. Why are they not pardoned? Look at their individual cases. I mean, this is pathetic. I hate to say that. I mean, I voted for President Trump 3 times in the primary, 3 times in the general election. I want you to be successful, but you cannot be successful if you continue to ignore those that fought the hardest for you to make you and put you in the position that you're in. I can say this because they can't say this. They owe their lives to you, Mr. President, because you pardoned them, as well you should have, because it was the right thing to do. But right here, no man left behind.
And to speak on that, Ivan, we do have Jan 6ers that are in prison right now. There is a man named Dan Wilson. Dan Wilson is a J6 Patriot that in the 90s had a felony charge when he was a very young man. When they raided his home recently for January 6th, they found a couple guns in his garage. He's a Patriot. He changed his life around. And he is now sitting in prison on a 5-year federal firearms charge. And he's sitting in prison right now. He needs a pardon. He is fruit of the poisonous tree. He would have never been caught up with the FBI and federal law enforcement officials if it wasn't for the January 6th. Jeremy Brown. And we have another man, Edward Kelly, who is currently sitting in a maximum security federal penitentiary doing a life sentence. U.S. Marine Edward Kelly just got sentenced to life. He has a 2-year-old and a 7-year-old son at home. He is a January 6er that in the post-January 6 stages of watching grandmothers be dragged out of their houses, he did the research and made a list of all the FBI officers that were involved in this treasonous, tyrannical oppression. They took that list, they contorted it, and they found him guilty for conspiracy to murder FBI agents. Edward Kelly is sitting in prison right now. And we have other Jan 6ers that are still in the process of being charged for other gun ownership crimes that when they were raided. So there are other pardons. The Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, Edward Kelly and Dan Wilson and Tina Peters, who is part of the 2020 election J6 prosecution and persecution, she needs to go home too. We have people that have been left behind. No man left behind.
Yeah, and even in your case, you spent more, I think I researched this, you spent more time pre-conviction in prison and in solitary confinement than probably anybody in the States that committed a similar transgression, that were convicted of that similar transgression.
4 years and 6 days, 900 days of solitary confinement, no
So
trial.
imagine he was convicted in any other state, you would have probably served maybe 2 years.
What did
For the
Black
same
Lives Matter
transgression.
serve for their riots and their assaults on police?
So
I don't
when-
know any 2-year
and just-
sentences.
yeah, but that
What
dub-
about
that-
the people that firebombed the NYPD, the 2 lawyers? What'd they get at the end of it? 8 months for Molotov cocktails and trying to kill people?
We're talking to
and
you,
Ivan, we don't
Cash,
even
and
know.
Pam and Dan.
Right.
This is to you. This is to you three.
And we don't even know the people that were there that day, maybe the 274 or the numbers that President Trump is talking about, but there were people that committed heinous acts of violence that day and never were charged. They just got to walk away. They changed their clothes, they got in their car, and they drove home. They were never even charged for what they did that day, and we all got blamed, and we all got swept up, and we were all counted as the same one unified person for stuff that was done by others, agitators, amongst other
Speaking of,
criminal
whatever
gangs.
happened to your buddy, the pipe bomber? Did we forget about him or
I mean,
her? Or
They want us to forget about them.
I mean, the double standard is through the roof. I mean, you see that we get life in prison for making a list, yet the left can make literal apps that allow you to track down ICE. All right, they can take to the streets. Look at during the Jimmy Kimmel thing. You had a leftist pull a gun and shoot at his news station. And then what happens? The courts just let him go. They said, we don't care. He fired 3 bullets into a
Yeah,
news
what happened to the
organization.
guy that killed Charlie Kirk, assassinated him.
Well, let's find out, right?
Well, let's. Mr. Jimmy 8647 Comey, he's running the streets, inspiring the next Charlie Kirk assassin.
86
Inspiring those in the FBI that are loyal to him
8645.
to continue to weaponize against you, us.
Mr. Seashells.
So I'm going to close with this, because I think we're way over. As we always
They
should.
don't have anything else after us. We're
Are we?
I think we're it.
Ivan, one second.
If we can have somebody, if somebody has a question for this panel, please stand up. I'll give you the mic.
Hey, we're talking about succession, and these fine young gentlemen up here, I'm aging out. These are the next guys that are going to save the United States of America. So, guys,
You're not
I
fooling
couldn't
us. You got
be
the youth.
prouder to sit up here with you guys, because now you got to do the running. I'll do the operations back home.
This question is actually for you, Ivan. So you talk about
You're gonna.
you speak about the evidence and finding the evidence, what they did to us and how they planned it out. What if that evidence, at least a huge portion of it, is destroyed? Where do we go? Where do we go now if it's destroyed? We know. I mean, we actually know some of the evidence was destroyed. The Jan 6 committee, they admitted as much.
Okay, the way we find out if it is or is not destroyed is the first step. So I would recommend to Dana White, who is now on the board of Meta, who is this close to President Trump, why don't you use your position and leverage as a board member of Meta, Mr. Dana White, to compel Mark Zuckerberg and the engineers over there to look into everything related to the censorship and content and direct messages or instant messaging that occurred on WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook related to January 6th of all my members of the Deep State Target List. Let's start there. And if you find something, again, this is a private company. You can look at all those DMs. You own it. And if you see any nefarious criminal activity, send it over to the appropriate federal district jurisdiction, not DC, where the communication took place. And start to write, call me in, pro bono. I'll write the criminal referrals for signature. Okay? That's one silo of evidence that probably hasn't been destroyed. Maybe it has. Next, Mr. Elon Musk. I've said this for over a year now. Why don't you do the same thing with all the Twitter accounts of those on the Deep State Target List, 1,500 at this point, almost, and look into them, specifically as it applies to January 6th. I want Tad DeBias's Twitter DMs. I want all of his comments, communications, and geotag location data for everything that he did on his user account, the General Counsel of the U.S. Capitol Police. Same thing for Jamie Raskin and his staff, and everybody else in the General Counsel's Office of the U.S. Capitol Police. Next, I want you to do the same thing to Adam Schiff. Okay. Next, I want you to look at Nancy Pelosi and her staff, her chief of staff, Terry McCullough, her senior advisor, Jamie Fleet, the House admin chairman at the time, Zoe Lofgren. I have all their names. I have dirt on everybody. I already know the answer. I just want America to see the answer. Because, I've investigated it. I want Elon, that has a much bigger platform, and Dana White to release it. And then lastly, if they're not going to release the data because they're, Deep State protects itself, between Dana White and Elon Musk, you can basically say, hey, look at these transgressions of these staffers and these members of the Congress and this Speaker of the House and this Senate Majority Leader and this chairman of this committee and that committee and every single person, all 535 members of the Senate and the House and their staffers. Look at how many crimes I found in your communications, or at least dirt. You don't want to release the stuff that that President Trump is asking for, the do something that he's asking for? Well, guess what? We're going to showcase it for your entire constituent pool to look at, so that come time in March for the Texas primaries, come April for Name the State primaries next year, and come up through September in the primary season for all House seats next year, every single incumbent will be removed based on that truth. Yeah. I am going to be doing everything in my power to effectuate what I just said.
Full forensic audit.
So then,
full forensic audit. These people have chain of custody in evidence, which means if this is destroyed under anyone's chain of custody, those heads need to roll as well, and they need to be added to the list. Figuratively, heads. I mean, I say.
The list that will receive maximum legal, moral, and ethical, due process infused punishment, justice, accountability. You know what? Revenge. Retribution. Maximally. Those are my words. You can be more polite. But I'm even saying, I myself am saying things diplomatically. Because you know exactly what I'm thinking. Please, I want that pushback.
Sir, with all due respect, unless you were raided and you were dragged to prison and your family and your livelihood was destroyed, being at the Capitol on January 6th, what it was an amazing patriotic action, does not make you a January 6er.
Okay, well, that's fine, but I just wanted to speak to Ivan's point, because as a Christian, I believe in order to gain victory over this situation, we have to have a different attitude, because what you've described, Jake, and what the horrific experiences you had is definition of tyranny, deep-rooted tyranny. So unless we identify the enemy more deeply and things that are not so easy to talk about, but that do need to be confronted and deconstructed, because we're forced to talk about something under a certain framework of assumptions which are false. For example, at the Capitol, we have a right, as you mentioned last night, Jake, as people, to go into the people's house peacefully to redress grievance.
Amen.
That grievance has not been redressed to this day. So I would just say, rather than trying to seek legal revenge, that we, perhaps in prayer as Christians, that we stand strongly, as you are, guys, for the truth of the Republic, for the truth of Jesus Christ, and identify that real enemy and forcefully, peacefully, prayerfully, legally as well, construct something different based on the truth, because we're forced, again, to talk about categories which are false. Because to me, if you compare it to the 2014 Maidan revolution, what's happened in Ukraine, for example, where they brought down a legally elected government through violence with the support of our State Department, for example, which has led to what? 2 million deaths? We go there peacefully, not to take down our government, and get thrown in jail, as you did, Jake. 900 days in solitary confinement. How did you even survive that, brother? So that's my comment, Ivan, with all due respect.
Here's the point, especially for Pennsylvanians.
Absolutely.
The 57 states, as Obama states, but 50, out of all states, Pennsylvania was the one that had the right to go down and contest the vote. And why is that? Because Pennsylvania Secretary of State Catherine Boockvar disobeyed Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito. He said, do not count the 50,000 or so votes that have come in late. Do not add them to the tally. What's her name? Catherine Boockvar did that. So that's why Pennsylvanians had the right to go down and contest that vote certification out of all 50 states. Guess what? That's why Pennsylvanians had the right to enter that house that day, because it was open to be contested by the citizenry of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So no one's ever made that point, and we were allowed to go in there and say, no, this is under Supreme Court Justice Alito's, it was contempt of the United States Supreme Court, and she still hasn't answered for it.
I know Jake wants to answer your question too, but if I just want to take 1 second, I really think what we want isn't any sort of vengeance or retribution. I think what we're looking for is justice. All right? When you commit crimes at that level to the American people as a whole, I mean, this was a psyop. This wasn't just about us. This was to damage America in its truest form. And to just be able to let someone walk away from that, or to not be held account to all the damage that they did to so many millions of people, that would be injustice. So what we want is for people to be held accountable for the actions that they committed. Nothing more.
Amen. Amen. It's the revenge, retribution, the bombastic talk is necessary because that's what gets the crowd going. But at the end of the day, right, that's what gets the clicks on social media. You don't make headlines when you pussyfoot around a subject. But at the end of the day, the standard needs to be set that those who are turned traitorous against America will be held to justice to dissuade future generations, future tyrants from trying to pull the same slimy tactics. It is necessarily, as Christians, forgiveness is our strongest aspect, but to set the standard, to make a playing field where people understand our politicians and those swamp monsters in the deep state that surround them, without holding Nancy Pelosi and those who are accountable, retribution, revenge, justice, synonyms in our circumstance, because we're morally looking for God's justice system to impinge upon them. We are trying to set the standard back to make sure that others do not follow in their crooked footsteps.
And then I want to close with this on this topic. Thank you. Point absolutely 100% well taken and very well presented. I was hoping somebody would do that because I wanted to push the envelope. And this is why I did this, because this is probably the first time I've ever used that term ever in any of my speeches was revenge. And I did it now because I think we're at the point where society, with what we've seen collectively, we're past demanding accountability. We're past demanding justice. We are now impatient because our institutions have yet to deliver on the mandate we voted for. Would that be a fair statement? This is for you particularly, sir, because of your
Justice
stance.
delayed is justice denied.
So, having said that, think of what the other side did and when they normalized mutilating children. Did you think that that was even within the realm of possibility 10 years ago? I didn't. I mean, this is just shocking. And yet, everyone, except for the folks in this room pretty much, folded, bended. Oh, I can't say anything. I can't push back. I'll get fired, this and that, right? So think of me as the Overton window moving tip of the spear. We have to push back because they say, oh, you use retribution. You know what? Yes, I did use retribution. And I use that term, and I'm being diplomatic. And then they're like, whoa. So I'm normalizing justice because I get it. Most people are not going to catch up to me and use the term retribution because it's too uncomfortable. Revenge is very uncomfortable, as you explained. And you very well defended that. But I'm trying to help drag the rest of the lemmings in the country to pay attention to this conversation, as you explained. It has to be bombastic. Do I mean what I say? Absolutely. Do most people agree with that? I get it. They don't. Someone has to break brush into uncomfortable territory for people to pay attention. And once you get their attention, they're like, what? You did how much time? I was told this, this, and this. And then they start to wake up. So in essence, as a marketer, you're creating a funnel of attention. So I'm very glad that you stood up and defended your argument on that, sir. We all want the same thing.
I have a question for
Punishment
my
for the crimes
J6
committed.
brothers here. So are you, Jesse? Would you do it again?
In a heartbeat, tomorrow.
Dino.
I'll do it every day. Doing what I did, walking in, I didn't break any laws. I didn't do anything wrong, Frank?
And I make the point, we didn't break into the building. Those doors unlocked, and we had to step away while they opened them. So did they let us in? Look at the footage. They had to open the doors for us to get in, and the Capitol policemen standing on each side, they didn't say, stop, we're closed today, can't come in. So would I go in? Absolutely.
Yeah. One of the most secure buildings in the entire world. 1/3 of the government is in there, magnetically sealed, bomb-proof. And we broke in with a couple of umbrellas.
Yeah, if anybody would
whatever,
want the closed circuit TV video of me going in with the Capitol Police Office, I'll email it to you so you could send it out to everyone.
So I'm going to close with this, gentlemen. This is a message for the new director of the President's Personnel Office, Dan Scavino. If I can respectfully make a recommendation, this doesn't apply to me because I'm a little bit edgy. I get it. But this should apply to the following individuals. Just listen closely. I just posted this on my X this morning. For Dan Scavino to be successful immediately, the only criteria for hiring moving forward in this administration should have as many of the following qualifications as possible. Number one, be a J6er.
Woo!
A family member or a vetted attorney of a J6er. Number two, any whistleblowers that publicly stood out and rejected the Biden criminal syndicate reign of terror these last 4 years need to be elevated to the senior positions. Number three, those that are COVID-19 unjabbed, critical thinking purebloods that didn't bend a knee during the PSYOP. Particularly those that signed the Declaration of Military Accountability. There's about 230 of those. 4, never bent a knee on exposing the 2020 electoral heist. 5, never bent a knee on calling out Pelosi's Fedsurrection. 6, those weaponized against by the DHS and placed on the Quiet Skies program, similar to what happened to Tulsi Gabbard. and yours truly for 2 years. 7, were censored, suspended by big tech, meaning by the FBI itself. And lastly, those injured by consuming the COVID products. If we infuse our federal government with individuals of that caliber that have already proven up, the accountability, justice will happen as fast as possible that this country can provide.
When could I start? Sign me up now. I'm ready.
Thank you.
Hey, any J6ers in the room that have served time, if you want to get a picture with us, let's get a picture. Ivan, you're in the middle. You're getting in the middle of this picture, brother.
Midget in the middle. I never told the story. I got real close.
Are Bob and Dorothy here? Bob and Dorothy? We would like for you to speak. We still have a little time for you. All right, folks, you heard me introduce them earlier. Bob and Dorothy, a great magazine. You're going to hear more about it. Please welcome them to the stage. Bob and Dorothy. Yeah, good to meet you. Good to meet you.
The boss.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Well, a few of you stayed for this, huh? All right. Bob and Dorothy, we do a little publication called Our Town. We're proudly in 9 different markets and mailed all over the country, and we have about 300,000 readers. Now, you may see how I'm dressed, okay? I am, without a doubt, the world's worst speaker. They put me at the end so that after you hear me speak, you think everybody else was fantastic, okay? No, I'm serious. And no matter how bizarre I do things up here, they keep on calling me back. So I'm doing this for you. I thought when Dorothy and I are writing the stories or the editorials, it's usually, it could be in the morning, could be in the afternoon. I'm in my boxer shorts. I have a patriotic shirt. And I usually have a Bacardi and Coke.
Now, I told him this was not a good idea, but when did a bad idea ever stop, Bob? Never.
Yeah. And what I do is I walk around and I dictate to Dorothy. And there's no pre-rehearsal or anything. I just say what I'm thinking. And Dorothy's typing it up as quick as I'm saying it. She says, no, you can't use that word, you can't use this word. But when we're done, we read it over, and for some God unknown reason, it's good. All right? I don't think it's good, but 300,000 people. No, you can hear me, right? Yeah. We're online too. What's that? We're online too. You got to live stream it. People online can't hear you. Well, that's their fault for not being here. So we are, Dorothy and I consider ourselves, as all of you do, to be extremely blessed by God. And I do believe in time travel. And I don't mean physically going somewhere, but mentally. And you know, sometimes you get a whiff of something and it takes you back to a certain moment. Or perhaps, you know, you're in your easy chair and you're reminiscing about a time with your parents or your kids. And what I'd like to do is take all of you, I'm not going to light it, I'm going to take all of you back a year ago. I mean, just think about this. 1 year ago, where we were. We were filled with fear. Hope was there, but it wasn't strong. We were listening to every outlet telling us this race was over. Harris was going to be our new president. The Democrats were going to take the House and the Senate, and there was nothing we could do about it. The only problem is, where they believed this, and they were saying this over and over again, and you know, it's cold in here. The only thing is, they didn't tell God that, and God had an entirely different plan. Think of this, 1 year ago, where were you? I mean, most of us were like, oh my God, we're going to have to go through another 4 years, 8 years, because there's no hope. There's no way we could win. But this is God. This, what we're seeing here, we are seeing a revival in our country. We are seeing God's hand at work. I mean, you know, we all know it. Look, we're in a canoe. God's controlling us where we're going. It doesn't mean we don't have to paddle like crazy, but God is in control. And if I told you 1 year ago that everything that happened, that was going to happen in 1 year, you would have laughed. You would have had doubt. You would have not believed, because we were being told this was impossible. We were being told that there was no way in hell that this could happen. They tried to assassinate him once. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. When God turned his head at that first assassination, I knew we won. Because for God to do that, that was his wink. That was his nod to us, that's saying, I got this. You people just keep doing what you're doing, but I have this. And for the creator of everything we see, the stars, the moon, everything on our planet, to love us so much, to give us Donald Trump, to give us Charlie Kirk. Now, to me, and I believe this wholeheartedly, Charlie was a prophet of old. What did prophets do back in the days? They went where they weren't wanted. They went into the cities where they knew their life was at risk. They took those risks. They took their chances for their love of God and to try to save people's souls. And that's what Charlie did. That's what Donald is doing. That's what all these people of this administration are doing. We have had a train wreck of a government, even under Republicans and under Democrats, and for the first time, this mess is getting straightened out. Not because of the politicians that we have, but because of God. And God put them where they needed to be at this particular moment. And we are living in history, and we are living in a miracle right now. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you very much. Dorothy, you want to say something?
God bless America.
I'm going to go put on some pants.
Check, check. And now, the moment everyone has been waiting for. The International Art Awards for the 2025 Rod of Iron Freedom Festival. Honorable mention, The Rod of Life by Ella Saul. Where's Ella? A representative of Ella Saul? Okay, we'll contact her. In third place, for the $100 cash prize, quote, every generation needs a revolution, close quote, by Francesco Montanisi. Where is it? Francesco. Did I say it right? Montanese? Montagnese. Me chiamo Ivane. All right. Let's take a look here. Hey, I want to see it too. Look at this. You want to describe it for us?
I basically wanted to emphasize that, every generation, needs a revolution. So I basically have, an old farmer, right? So, carrying a musket, and I have a new, basically militiaman for the new age, and he's carrying an AR-15.
Looks very similar to you.
Yeah, I did use myself. Yeah. I did use myself. Yeah. So.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Congrats. In second, thank you. In second place, $150 prize. Second Amendment for the Freedom of China by Laura Garcia. Laura Garcia. Oh, wait, look at this. Very nice. Let's zoom in on that. Hold it. So you can zoom in on that. Angle it a little bit so that there you go. Very nice. Laura?
Hi, everyone. I'm representing Laura. She's from Brazil. She's a young lady, maybe early 20s. And she's been entering her work for several years now. And it's a beautiful work. Last year, her father was here from Brazil, so he took her prize. This time, we will find a way to get to her. So she won second prize. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Laura.
Excellent. Thank you, Laura. In first place, Soldier and Field in Afghanistan by Lucy Mizutani. Let's take a look here.
Lucy's husband is here representing her, but I don't see him on the audience. Mr. Mizutani is here? I'm sorry. Oh, maybe he just stepped out, but anyway, we'll make sure she'll get the prize and the ribbon through her husband.
Okay, perfect. And the Best in Show prize goes to, is he here? In God We Trust by Shin A.
Shine lives in Germany, and her father-in-law is here in America, and he will take her ribbon and her prize. He also was here, but he might be working in a different area, so he might be a little late. Our schedule fluctuates a little bit, so, but he will get to her the ribbon and the prize. And thank Shanae. She always also enters a beautiful piece of art. Thank you.
Obrigado. Dankeschön, actually, for this one. Dankeschön. And there you have it. The Art Awards 2025 Rod of Iron Freedom Festival. And that is it. No. I'm supposed to entertain you until you get.
Ivan, we can never get enough of you. The truth speaks volumes always, and we're ready. We're all waiting for the real truth. So we have something special for you guys. We have also for the gun auction for the Commander-in-Chief. Not the auction, it's called the raffle, so the winning raffle. And we also have from the finance group outside, they have their winner for their raffle as well. So we're gonna get Greg. Also from the Villanova, they're gonna call off their raffle, so I'll go outside while you're doing this and get them. Yeah, the financial, they have a raffle. They wanna call off a winner.
Alrighty, so every year, based on the tremendous generosity of Justin Moon over at Car Arms, he donates a wonderful gun. This year is Commander-in-Chief Auto Ordnance Custom AR-15. So I don't know if you can zoom in on that gun at all, but it's a pretty awesome gun. I think the retail value is about $2,500, $24. Correct me if any Car Arms people here. Is that about right? Yeah, okay. So it's a beautiful gun. It says, "Keep America Great." United States of America. And it's got the Trump, anyways, a lot of beautiful detail, beautiful engraving. So this year, we're gonna choose 3 people. And the reason we choose 3, just in case we can't get a hold of number 1, then we got somebody else that we can go to. And then number 3 if we need to. Generally not a problem, but we just do that just for safety. So, and it just a special thanks not only to Justin Moon for all of the support for the Freedom Festival, but his brother, Pastor Sean, his worldwide congregation, you may or may not know, but they donate money so that we can have this Second Amendment festival every year. So let's give them a big hand, because without those 2 brothers, this would not happen at all. And really to the worldwide community. And if you want to donate, we don't usually ask that, but we do have a donate button on our Rod of Iron Freedom Festival page. And if you know, we had, it's the first time we actually put a donate button there, and we raised some money. It was great, because it's thousands and thousands of dollars to put this on. And so if you want to donate $5, $10, $20, if you get something of value out of here, then please go to the Freedom Festival site, hit the donate, and make a contribution. That would be awesome. It's a good way to keep this event going, you know. And one reason we moved here is to lower our costs a little bit, but I think it was a pretty good location. I think, you like it? Yeah, actually, it's pretty nice. A much more controlled environment in terms of temperature, and the vendors had plenty of space, and parking worked out. That was a miracle, because we needed 2 local businesses to really contribute parking spaces, and they were happy to do so. Hopefully we can keep everything going and expand it. You know, this is our first year at this location, so it's going to take a while for people to get used to this location, but I think it's has a really good future to it. Okay, so let us do the number here, and we'll see who the first winner is. Number 1, no, 92. So let's see, that automatic thing is not working, who knows, but I'll just scroll down here. 92. Okay, Timothy Arghetto from Levittown, New York. Maybe this is Timothy calling in. No. Okay, so he's from, I guess that's Long Island, right? Levittown? Okay, so he's our first choice winner. Let's go to our second choice winner. 417. Okay, Charlie Smith. Charlene. We all know Charlene. I think she's about ready to have a baby today. Charlene Smith from Mill Rift, Pennsylvania. So she's, if the first person from Levittown we can't get a hold of, then Charlene is the winner of a beautiful Commander-in-Chief AR-15. Okay, let's do the third one. Are we keeping notes on these numbers? Okay. Okay, 435. Greg Knoll. No, I'm just kidding. We have Darren Devono of Pocono Lake, Pennsylvania. Are you here, Darren? Okay, so those are our three winners. We have the person from Levittown, then from Mill Rift, Pennsylvania, and then from, where was the last one? Lake 435, was it? 435, yeah, from Pocono Lake. Okay, let's give it up for the winner there, and we'll be reaching out to them. We invite them to the Tommy Gun store to pick up their gun, and they can register the gun and everything. And we're going to do our closing ceremony now. Why don't we invite up Pastor Kyle? Is he in town? Pastor Kyle, let's welcome up Pastor Kyle. He's the local pastor of our church here.
Okay, brothers and sisters, thank you for attending. This has been an amazing experience for us all, for attendees and those of us who helped make this place available for this production. Really want to thank you for coming. Some of you came from very far away, and some of you came from this town. And so it's been a really wonderful experience for us to have you here. One of the things, as a church, one of the things that we've done after each Rod of Iron Freedom Festival is that we've held a ceremony up at the Tommy Gun Warehouse where we symbolically burn the harlot of Babylon, who in the Bible is the one who's trying to destroy God's kingdom. We're not going to allow God's kingdom to be destroyed. Matter of fact, we are going to join together, and one of the objectives of having a program like this is to create community.
We have one more surprise.
And we have one more surprise before we finish this.
By the generosity of a great financial corporation, I'd like to introduce you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Happy Sunday, everybody. How's everybody doing? Terrific! That's what I say. My name is Rebecca Villafaña from Villafaña Wealth Builders. We are a national, faith-based, financial, and estate planning firm. Our mission and our vision is to bring together the financial and legal protections based on a legacy blueprint. You won't find another one like us. We do heir education and successor trustee education, and we are here on a mission to help families. But today, in this very moment, I have some names and numbers of 2 lucky people who are going to win an estate trust plan. Right, that's right. That is, it's worth $5,000 actually, each one. And the reason we're doing this is because we really are on a mission to help protect what matters most to us, right? And it's our legacy. It is not just about assets and money. It's about core values. It's about principles. It's about really teaching the next generation how to value what we value. And so anyway, without further ado, would you like to help me? The blessed hand. All right. Okay, let's choose the first one. Woohoo! Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. Da 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 da. Drum roll, please. Okay, I don't have my glasses.
Okay, and the winner is Johann Schuster.
Woo! Johann Schuster! I know you're out there. He's gonna be so excited. He and his wife are gonna be so excited.
Johann just went to the airport to bring one of our guest speakers to Newark Airport as a kind gesture. So he deserves this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next one. Let's see. Okay, you're gonna have to read that.
Wayne Nelson.
Wow. Okay, come on, everybody. Wayne Nelson! Woo! Hey, should we do one more?
It's up to you.
All right. You know what? Why not? One more. Oh, my goodness. Yes, please. Who is it?
Chris Joka.
I don't remember Chris Joka, but congratulations.
From right here from Greentown. So
Woo! All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Have a blessed rest of your month.
Okay, thank you. So actually, to bring this to a close, what I'd like to do is have us all stand up and sing Amazing Grace. We have received Amazing Grace, and so great to be alive in this country and to be a part of this new awakening around the world. Charlie Kirk gave his life for this awakening, and so have so many other people given so much energy in order to bring an awareness of God's grace here in America. And so we'd like to together sing this beautiful ballad, Amazing Grace. bless. And just a short prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, God, bless America. Bless this nation, that we can have an awakening here that this country has not seen before, that can open every eye and open every heart to the beauty of your love and the beauty of our brothers and sisters' love, of our neighbors next door to us and around us. Father, please bless this time that we've had to share together, and pray that we can now go forth with greater courage, greater confidence, that we can together build your kingdom here on earth. May your kingdom come quickly. We pray these things together as brothers and sisters in Christ's name. Amen. Hallelujah. Amen. Do I hear a hallelujah? Hallelujah. Amen. Thank you.